aggregated things. So there's a whole lot of dynamics there playing in on why aren't services being adopted, including economics and the adoption of trusting automation and technology for what it was built for, right? Like the slicing concepts, all of these things are enablers, but it still fundamentally relies on the telco to adopt, change their practices to accept that this is the way to do it, right? If you want to do a on-demand metered service for your enterprise, and it takes you 20 conversations with a sales guy and then some kind of commercial process off the back of that, you're not going to do it, right? API-driven call for new slice is way easier on a website, and it stands up and you say these 5 people have access to it. That's far easier, right? That adoption phase will be faster in that kind of context. So I think there is fundamentally in the telco space a kind of mind shift that needs to happen still. And I think some companies are there, right? Some companies are offering innovative, on-demand, kind of this API-driven network as a service kind of approach for services, where others are still like grappling with, is this okay to do? Shall we wait a little while and see if they fail or not? So I think we're heading in the right direction.
Okay, promising words. I was short on time, but I want to give Greg the final comment, because I know you've been around and dealing with a lot of operators. Your experience on how fast the operators are moving this, and does this mean, you know, the work you do supporting operators, does it become simpler, become harder as you know, things cloudify and become virtualized?
Look, a lot of it from a deployment perspective, it's a lot easier, but it's obvious there's a lot more complexities involved. But I think what we're seeing now is, you know, number one, I think everyone has been IoT to death for the last 10 years, and it's never really happened until, you know, it's just starting to happen now. And I think what 5G is going to do, the kind of services we're going to see coming out, we haven't even thought of half of them at the moment. But look, our target these days, and I think where 5G is driving us is not MVNOs. It actually is, you know, because we're all API driven, you know, orchestration right the way down to the network core. It's just exposing those APIs and bringing on board different industries and enterprises, and effectively they can run it themselves, and that's really for us our future.
Okay, so I think well, I'd like to thank the panel. I think at the end of it we've got to quite a positive message. We're not relying on 5G and cloud to be the catalyst for change, but it is certainly technology that's playing a strong role in the digital transformation of the industry. So I'd like to thank you all for joining me today, and thank your words, and I hope you get the chance to also stick around and see some of the rest of the M360. Thanks a lot, guys.
Cool. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining me today while I discuss the digital transformation and the operators network. Hello, everyone. I'm Bai Yang, Vice President of Marketing in ZTE. In the most of business sectors, legacy organizations must transform quickly or face the risk of being pushed to the lower end of the value chain. Companies like Amazon, Google, Alibaba, and customer-centric from the beginning being the digital native organization. They achieve customer centricity by integrating technologies such as big data, AI, cloud, automated self-care, standard IT platforms, and automated processes. We can say digital transformation is an ongoing journey. Even us at ZTE are example of digital transformation in manufacturing. I will explain our Binjiang manufacturing base towards the end of this discussion. Let's have a look at the trends. Digital market global size is estimated to reach 3,294 billion by 2025. And the GAGR is estimated at 16.1% over the forecast period 2021 and 2026. Here, I want to emphasize that Asia Pacific is the fastest growing region. With this trend, it brings a lot of opportunities in different industries, such as health, manufacturing, transport, government, and public services. So the time is actually now. Digital transformation is undergoing in all sectors globally, and COVID-19 even boosted these changes. ZTE believes the overall path of operators' digital transformation should be from internal to external. From internal transformation to help vertical industries to transform. After the discussion of trends and opportunities, for operators, what should a digital transform network look like, and what capability should it have? First, 5G distributed cloud is a lucrative opportunity for operators to transform from CSP to DSP. Gartner predicts that 65% data will be processed at the edge by 2022. Operators have lots of edge DCs, high-quality networks, and localized support teams. So they are the most suitable for building a distributed and virtualized cloud. Second, digital native operators is needed. We have to make network operators like level 4 auto-driven car. It will integrate a lot of components such as big data, AI, and so on. With that change, DSP have the ability to engage with customers in relevant way and the key moments and the places along their journey. The digital transformed network will include a lot of capabilities. Part of them displayed on the right side, such as green, VONR, AI-based OM, end-to-end private network based on slicing MVC cloud. Now I would like to lead you to another topic. What can ZTE do for this digital transform network? ZTE precises that the solutions to make full of use operators networks and help them transform from communications service providers to digital service providers. Please allow me to explain this with an example. First, ZTE TCF helps operators build a distributed cloud to reuse and share cloud network capabilities and accelerate agile innovations so that operators can successfully transform from CSP to DSP. Second, Node Engine solution will enhance the edge computing capabilities on the wireless side to shorten the time required for construction of the private network. Then, for transforming the customer management aspects, ZTE relies on its partners' well-cloud product Gsma. Well, empowerment of the big data and artificial intelligence. ZS Smart CEE delivers enhanced customer experience. At last, ZTE can provide VMAX AIVO as an AI-based O&M. VMAX can apply AI insight to all types of telco data, including and not limited to operational excellence, network capability planning, energy uses, NCEE. NCEE focuses on the ability to quickly and flexibly access the operator's communication network and the business platform, encapsulates standardized and lightweight APIs, provides developers and partners with various API open services such as basic communication and network connection in a safe and controllable way, helps operators expand the scope of products and services, promotes of development of partners, and speeds up internal innovation and digital transformation. I'm unable to list all the solutions in such a short time. However, I would like to add that we hope we can work together to explore in this innovation, as our mission is to help operators achieve the digital transformation. If we express in more detail, our mission while assisting operators in digital transformation, especially when expanding the industry together. It is to make it easier. Each letter here represents a meaning. E means elastic, based on cloud-native software design to realize the flexible combination of applications and so on. A means agile, supports innovations such as computing power, agile innovations. S obviously means security. For the security of data and investment, I and E stands for intelligent and easy deployment. Through AI, big data, and algorithm makes optimization easier, while on the other hand, simpler, faster deployment and maintenance method makes customer easier to deployment the solutions. R means reliable. Based on TSN and a small granularity, hard slice. In summary, based on this easier concept, we position ourselves as a road builder of digital economy. Now, the interesting parts. Let's summarize our current achievements with two successful cases. One is the case of Hutchison in Austria, which mainly represents the case of the cooperation and transformation with operators. We have worked together since 4G and now 5G SA commercially launched in earlier 2021. We have deployed unified cloud platforms and integration with more than 40 third-party apps, and the VONR is commercialized. The other one is ZTE Binjiang in Nanjing. It is one of the ZTE's 5G production bases, which has been built in 2019 and finished phase 1 construction. ZTE is in cooperation with China Telecom in Binjiang factory, realize a full 5G coverage in campus and factory plant. Well, we have deployed MEC and industrial cloud platforms and have been implemented 40 industrial applications. It not only greatly improves the production efficiency, reduces the labor cost, but also improves the pass rate of the products. So, ZTE can help operators not only transform internally for embracing cloud-native models, but also to target business-to-business verticals with industry transformation solutions. With our strong innovative capability in telecom cloud, 5G core and private networks, as well as in many other key transformation technologies. Thank you for your time. I hope after the pandemic, we can invite you to our Nanjing Binjiang manufacturing, where we are creating 5G with 5G technology to experience firsthand the benefits of the digital transformation.
phrase or the words digital transformation, quite often my eyes would glaze over, and I'd find myself asking the question, but what does that actually mean? But definitely what we've found in the last couple of years, the last 18 months or so, is that with the pandemic, it's really acted as a catalyst for telcos to really accelerate their digital transformation initiatives. Customers want to be served in digital channels more. They need to be served in digital channels more, and that's really given a kind of a rocket ship underneath a lot of the telcos that we talk to, driving forward their digital transformation initiatives. Really to the point now where we believe, digital transformation and in particular digital first service propositions are not really any longer an option for telcos. It's really a necessity to survive in a digitally transformed world that we're all living in today. But stepping back a little bit, what does digital transformation mean? It's such a broad term that can mean different things to different people. But to hone in on how we describe digital transformation and the brief of this session, aptly describes it. We see it as really a reinvention of the way that customers experience their telco providers through digital channels, and driving kind of new ways for consumers to consume and use their telco products and services. But the question that we find ourselves asking the industry and asking a lot of our telco providers or customers, I should say, and also ourselves internally is really the question of, are telcos meeting customer expectation in digital channels today? And unfortunately, by and large, for the most part, we feel that no, they aren't. And there's a big gap between what customers expect and what telcos are providing their customers in digital channels. And really this comes about because of quite a simple comparison that can be made is that customers today really expect the same intuitive experience across all their digital platforms, be those platforms Facebook, Amazon, TikTok, or their telco provider. But what we see is that there is a big delta between the experience that those big tech companies are offering their customers and what telcos are offering their customers. And from a customer perspective, they don't really care what the plumbing that sits behind that. They just want the same experience. So the kind of the target that we put down to to ourselves and to our telco partners is if you really want to excel in digital channels, and these are the benchmarks that you need to be targeting. This is where you need to get yourselves in order to meet customer expectations and do better in digital channels. So you might be saying, okay, that's great. We understand, nothing particularly new there. We know that customers want more, to be served more in digital channels. We know that, that telcos maybe have a delta to close in terms of their digital offerings. But one thing is for sure that we know, digital transformation is not easy. There's a really interesting report that was released by McKinsey recently, which was based on a survey done across thousands of digital executives. And one particular statistic that was quite interesting to me was the stat that 70% of companies fail at their digital transformation goals. And that's a massive number, a massive number when you consider the amount of investment and time and resources that are put into digital transformation initiatives. We understand in a lot of cases why that is. It's not easy to do this, legacy culture, legacy platforms. But if we know that customers need more, we know we need to do more, but it's not easy. So what is the secret for success? And can those failures, or at least some of them, be avoided? So we at Mobilise, we think, yes, they can be avoided. But in order to succeed, telcos should focus in on, 4 main areas, which we classify as technology and architecture, design methodologies, the adoption of new tech, and continuous innovation, which is a bit more of a cultural element. So honing in on those 4 points and starting with technology and architecture, there's lots of things that we could talk about, in terms of technology that enables digital propositions. But one area that we think is absolutely fundamental is microservices architecture. And in simple terms, microservices architecture is a style of architectural design where applications are separated into a collection of independent services versus a more monolithic approach, which is where an application is built as a single unified unit. And really what this means for the business is greater enterprise agility. It makes it easier to affect change in the network, makes it easier to develop new applications, and also, more importantly, to integrate third-party systems. So with that last point in terms of third-party systems integration, what we find that microservices architecture enables is more of an ecosystem approach for telecoms providers. And we class this ecosystem approach to be where the telecoms network becomes a central component of a broader ecosystem of products and services, accessed through open APIs. And in the real world, we could refer to examples like what Dish or Jio or Rakuten are doing with their open network standards, where they're allowing their APIs, their network APIs, which traditionally would have been closed, to be consumed by third parties, and offering opportunity for other products and services to be sold down to those telco subscribers. And really, what we see that enabling for the business is additional revenue opportunities. And I think in the hyper competitive market that we exist in telecoms, it's super important for the future to be enabling those types of revenue opportunities. So moving on to the next point there around key emerging technologies. So again, there's so many things that we could talk about here in terms of new tech that help to enable digital service propositions. But a couple of key ones that we thought of note, which will be important in our opinion over the next, short to medium term, 1, 2, 3, 4 years. And the first one, as Gary mentioned at the outset there, personalization. And we really see this as the next frontier for telcos. Really, particularly the younger demographic, they want to feel closer to their brands. They want to feel special to their brands, and personalization is a way to do that. However, as we all would attest from our telco, history and backgrounds, is that quite often over time, the data stores within telcos have built up in silos. So it becomes very difficult to see a unified customer view, which is what's required for personalization. But what we're seeing some telcos do, and certainly what we recommend into our telco partners, is the concept of the customer data management platform. And that's a specialized platform that is abstracted above the existing data stores, and pulls together all that data to bring one master view of the customer behavior and the customer profile, which is that data layer is separate from the operational overhead that other data reporting systems would have in the business. And it just means that it can be dedicated towards the personalization objectives, and which is important when thinking of the scale that's required to deliver personalization to millions and millions of subscribers at once. The next point to mention there that we wanted to talk about is eSIM, and we've got a bit of a vested interest here. We have our own eSIM as a service platform, but we really do feel, like Gary said, that this is a game changer in the industry. In particular, the in-app provisioning side of eSIM. So traditionally, you've got the QR code, and our solution does both QR code but in-app provisioning. And we see this as a real transformative kind of technology within the consumer eSIM industry. Apart from just the operational efficiencies that are created through simplified logistics and cost reduction, those types of things, we're really seeing eSIM, in-app eSIM provisioning opening up other market verticals which weren't really available or possible when you had to consider the kind of the logistics challenges that sat around physical SIM cards. So moving on to the next point there, which is around design methodologies, and we feel that that there is a need for telcos to kind of look at the way that they're affecting change in their business in a different way. I think most on the call would be familiar with the two change methodologies that I've got on the screen there. The first being waterfall and agile, and I think most of the most people would remember both waterfall and agile being the methodologies that are most common in telcos today. But we really see that in order to really enable a true digital first proposition on an ongoing basis, on a sustainable basis, there needs to be a bit of a shift in the way that telcos approach the design of their products and services. within our business, there's lots of different models out there, but within our business, we use an approach called user-centered design. And in summary, in simple terms, what that means is just taking the user into account in every phase of the development cycle. So at every point, whether it be conceptual design or research and analysis or product design, at every stage, the teams are circling back, to that question of, is this benefiting the customer? Is this change, or is this proposal, strategy, or whatever, this piece of code, is this benefiting the user? And I think that's a little bit of a shift away from probably what's the traditional telco model, in my opinion, is where requirements get developed perhaps out of a marketing team or a product team, and then get staggered down more in a waterfall approach down the different engineering teams. And it might be only at the end that you get some user interaction through user acceptance testing or friendly user trials or something like that. But that's very much more about kind of bug fixing and quality control, as opposed to really taking into account user feedback. So this screen, this slide here kind of feeds nicely into the next point, which is around cultural change. But I think there is a big shift that's required in telcos to really adopt digital first mindset. And a great way to summarize that, I think, is Steve Jobs' quote there, which is quite famous now. And he said at the time, you've got to start with the customer experience and work back to the technology, not the other way around. And I think maybe telcos traditionally have been, particularly MNOs, have been guilty, a bit too guilty in the past of focusing more on network, whether it be 4G, 5G speeds, or whether it be core network capabilities. Whereas really in a digital first world, what we need is to be putting the customer front and center of every decision that we make. So leading on from that cultural point, we have lots of stories in history of companies that have failed to identify shifts in the industry. Nokia is a really good example of that, where the iPhone came into the market around 2007, 2008, and it really changed the game in terms of what customers expected from their devices and the device manufacturers. And Nokia missed that shift. They were the market leader for a long time. And through a series of kind of cultural mishaps within the business, they weren't geared up to be able to adapt. And within the space of just a few years, they went from being number one top dog to kind of losing 90% of the market value. I think it was in just 6 years, 5 or 6 years or so. So that's kind of an obvious point. I guess we all know that market shift, and in a technology-driven world that we live in today, it happens quickly. So what's the answer to kind of managing that in the best way possible? And there's lots of different solutions out there, and it's not an easy process to affect into a business. But we have some strategies on our side to try and manage that, and that really is encapsulated in what we call the innovation platform. And the principle around the innovation platform is that it's not the idea of the telco to be focused on delivering the next winning product or service. It's actually, the focus should be around, what's an approach or what's a process for delivering continuous innovation. So not one product in itself. It's the idea of having a stream of constant innovation that is serving that business in the short, medium, and long term. So to break that down to a lower level, we see 3 steps in this. So the first is the innovation process. The second is the concept of cultural innovation. And the third is technology enablement. So I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to flick through these a little bit quickly. But the innovation process, in simple terms, it's a series of activities that, when performed in the correct sequence and with sufficient resources, provide a replicable formula for innovation. And so not only does this step-by-step approach spur creative thinking within the project teams, but it also structures product delivery and introduces a high degree of predictability into any new initiative. And from a business perspective, the predictability translates to higher project success and reductions in budget risk. So the next point I wanted to mention there is around cultural innovation, and this is very much, touches on soft skills and fostering a collaborative and honest environment. And in some cases, it might sound that this is a bit fluffy and airy-fairy, but actually, it's a really important part of being able to manage change quickly and implement, successful projects quickly. Having the project teams being able to talk with each other freely, no agendas, just open, collaborative, environment to be able to drive change. And I always find the best way to describe this is to quote Ed Catmull, who's one of the founders of Pixar, who built an absolutely fantastic culture within Pixar. It's a couple of quotes here which are really interesting. So the first one, the stage for innovation is set when creators from diverse backgrounds feel empowered to share ideas that aren't fully developed and give each other compassionate, constructive feedback. And the one that I really like, which is if you give a good idea to a mediocre team, they will screw it up. If you give a mediocre idea to a brilliant team, they will either fix it or throw it away and come up with something better. The last point to mention there is around technology and enablement. It's a little bit more of an obvious one, but obviously the right platforms need to exist with the right flexibility and agility to be able to manage, fast-paced, digitally driven world. Equally, it's as important to have the process and the right team. But if you don't have the right technology, then you're not going to be able to deliver on much. So I guess the big question that we find here, and something that we obviously always recommend to our customers because it's in our best interest, but it's the question of building on top of existing legacy infrastructure, the capability that you need for a digital proposition, or to implement a completely new stack. And definitely what we're seeing, even with some of the sub brands, is that the new stack is the way to go, just because the agility can't be achieved with, when you've got 10, 15, 20 years of bespoke work built up onto a platform. It's almost impossible to affect the right kind of change and the speed of change that's needed for a digital first proposition. So that brings me to the end of the presentation, and it's definitely not an easy process adopting these practices. There's a host of organizational cultural hurdles to overcome, and typically this type of transformation is measured in years. Those challenges can be really daunting for individual project teams. So breaking down organizational silos or shifting to new project methodologies. It's a challenging task, but really something that telcos need to focus into if they're to compete versus what now is our main competitors, which is big tech, particularly when it comes to customer experience, and kind of challenges that need to be overcome in order to be able to ensure sustainability over the coming years. So thanks very much for taking the time to tune in. We really appreciate it. And that concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you, Hamish. Certainly had a lot of ground to cover there, and it's just impossible to do in a short space of time. So, but thank you for those really good insights. Next up, we're going to hear from Damien Tay. Damien's the head of pre-sales at Circles Life, who's going to share the strategy for Circles X digital telco operating system, which is the Circles Life telco as a service offering. I spoke briefly to Damien the other day. He's got a really interesting proposition for new and existing providers to leverage the platform and capabilities that Circles Life has developed across their multiple market launches. So without further ado, over to you, Damien.
Hey, thanks, Gary. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Yep. Okay, cool. Hey, thanks, Gary. And Hamish, that's a really good presentation. So I think what I'm going to do in 10 minutes is to also maybe talk a bit about what we're seeing from the telcos that we talk to currently. We're launching a digital telco brand. Typically telcos launch it because they're trying to target a specific customer segment. But we're also seeing that as part of the larger digital transformation strategy, some telcos are actually using digital brands, as part of their strategy. So I'm going to just quickly cover that. So I think this slide, is, very much similar to what Hamish has talked about. I think, some of the things that I've put here are not new to anyone in the audience. Telcos are typically facing 4 different types of challenges. I think the first is that, ARPU is continuing to shrink whilst the cost to serve customers continue to increase. And that increases, both in terms of OPEX and CAPEX. So as an example, if you can see on the right, if you take a typical Singapore MNO, the staff cost has actually gone up by 22% over the last 10 years. Now, on top of that, you've got the added CAPEX requirements, partly because of 5G. So cost to serve is increasing. The other thing that I think a lot of telcos are facing is customer expectations. And as Hamish has pointed out, they get exposed to a lot of OTT players like Netflix, Amazon, Grab, and they actually expect similar experiences from their telco, right? Something that's consumer-centric, customer-centric, something that's contextual to me and engaging from their telcos. And sometimes they don't get that from their telcos. So, and then finally, I think one of the things that telcos face is the challenge because of their tech stack, the lack of ability to be able to move quickly as compared to an OTT player, because they're stuck with a legacy system. So I think these are challenges that I think we see. The other thing that I think, we've seen, I think that we've talked about this, a lot of people talk about this as well, is that, with the COVID situation in the last 2 years, I think basically that's amplified the urgency for companies to digitize. And in that context, I think, there are going to be winners and losers, as you can see on the right? Companies that have managed to pivot, have been able to digitize their customer journey, have done very well. Those who can't are left behind. And in that sense, I think, telcos are no different. They want to get into digital transformation projects. It's everyone's getting into it. But I think 70% of telco projects fail, and it's good to see that these are the same things that I think Hamish had talked about. And because it's so expensive, when you make a mistake, the mistake becomes amplified because of the cost. And I think while digitization is becoming a table stakes for most telcos, the interesting insight I think we've seen is the adoption of SaaS-based platforms. Now, if you look on the bottom left, and this is State of the Cloud 2020, for today, based on 2021, I think 40% of all software spend for all industries is about 40%. But the projection is that this will continue to grow. But what is also interesting is that if you look at telcos, increasingly they are depending on SaaS-based products to digitize. And if you look at the total global telecom software spend, that's obviously growing, but it's growing at about 5%. But they're investing actually, or they're putting a lot of their investment also in ready out of the box SaaS-based solutions for telcos. And I think telcos have gone and launched a lot of new digital brands, and essentially emulating digital first companies, like Amazon, like Uber, like Airbnb. So there are lots of examples here, and then we do have also, some MVNOs here, in the call as well, right? So, like Pepe Phone as well as an example in Spain, or Voxy in the UK. And I think what we've seen, for example, is that typically the best way to succeed, for some telcos who are launching digital brands, is to just carve out an organization separately and have a small agile team separate from the larger organization, where they could actually have room to try new things, experiment, and fail fast, and then reiterate and try again. So that's, I think, something that we've seen with the industry. And this is where I think, a bit about Circles Life. So, for the audience out there who are not familiar with Circles Life, we were established in 2014, and we currently operate in 5 markets. So in Singapore, Taiwan, Australia, Indonesia, and Japan. And all the 5 different operations running on a cloud-native digital stack. And we call this stack the Circles X OS. We're quite excited about this platform that we've got. And just a bit about what Circles X really means, right? And as an operator, I think we understand what it takes to launch digitally. And this is why we've decided to now open this Circles X OS and provide that as a SaaS-based platform for other telcos. Now, what do we mean by a digital telco operating system? So what this means is that this is a end-to-end full stack that's needed to run a digital telco. So it's going beyond just the BSS and OSS, but includes everything else from customer acquisition and growth, engagement, monetization, to also things like, how do you operate and maintain, the digital brand in the most cost-effective way. So in a sense, it's a digital telco as a service offering, and it follows the same commercial model as a SaaS-based product. And I think the other thing that I think is important is that technology, as we've seen with digital brands, is only half the answer. Right? The key to success of a digital brand is the ability to deliver best-in-class customer experience to digital natives. And in this aspect, we bring our own technology and playbook to acquire customers cost-effectively, onboard them in the most frictionless way, and then keep them engaged and transacting and staying longer. In fact, in a lot of our markets, we say that Circles customers are the happiest customers in the market. So, at the end of the day, I think, we understand what it takes to launch digitally. Now, going beyond, just telco services or just data, voice, and SMS, an important part of that whole experience is the ability to bring ecosystem partners as part of the proposition. And that's, really leveraging, the brands, the third-party brands to both, use as an engagement proposition, but also as a customer acquisition proposition. Now, the challenge here is how do you actually plug in third parties quickly and easily? And that's what we've got on our platform. The platform's cloud native, so we've built the entire CXOS on a cloud native platform. It already supports 5G. So in Singapore, our digital telco brand is actually already supporting 5G standalone. It's eSIM enabled, microservices architecture to make sure that it's easier to scale, maintain, and iterate. And in terms of cost of operations, we've demonstrated superior economics with significant savings in both OPEX and CAPEX. So I think this is a very quick view of CXOS. Now, in the essence of time, I don't really want to get into details of going to this because this could take a long time. But I think, just as a shout out, if any operator is interested, please feel free to contact me. I'm based here in Singapore, and we can talk about it. I will probably maybe just talk about one small element, which is what you see on the right, which is the data platform. And I think Hamish talked about, having that common data platform. And that's, the same principles that we've had when we built Circles X. And when we collect data not just from the customer interactions, but also everything down, even up to the network layer itself. So data is something that, was built from the get-go as an important element of that platform. Okay. And then I think the final two slides is, we're really, really excited with, having launched now with KDDI. So we've actually launched a digital brand together with KDDI recently, and we're really excited, by the launch. In fact, the launch was just a week ago, and it's been a fantastic journey. and we hope to be able to help telcos digitize their stack and also launch digital brands. Thank you.
All
Gary,
right,
back to
thank
you.
you, Damien. Really, very excited to see Circles take their platform and offer it to other players in the market. So we'll be watching that space with great interest. So look, we are running a bit tight on time, but we do now have a great panel for you, telco industry and digital leaders, to discuss the ever-increasing role of digital transformation. So we're very honoured and fortunate to have Amin, who's the CEO of TuneTalk, Frederick, the CEO of 10T Tech Limited, and Alan Rasmussen from Yozo Limited. So let's get straight into it. Maybe we'll start by asking each of you just to provide a quick intro to yourselves, your company, and just comment briefly on how you see the role of digital transformation of telcos and MVNOs. Amin, can we start with you?
Can I start? Yes. Okay, thanks, Gary. Thanks, Hamish and Damien. Very insightful presentations, you guys. TuneTalk started in 2009. We have two major shareholders. One are the owners of AirAsia, the other one is Celcom Axiata. We have big shareholders. Unfortunately, the survival of the company is still very much dependent on the management of the company. Yeah? They have put in capital into the invested capital into the company, but we are expected to actually drive the business. Yeah. So we are trying to move into the digital transformation journey. But what's the digital transformation journey all about? Essentially, three parts. One is the user experience. I think it's very important. Two is the cultural change, and three, the tech setup. Yeah. When you say user experience, I give you an example of an Apple device. Yeah, it has, to me, the best user experience, and because the user experience is good, they tend to sell lots more Apple devices. Yeah, the cultural journey, the staff have to change the mindset. Yeah, it's no more about the business of the yesteryears. Yeah, a lot of us come from the telco background. We kind of stuck with thinking about the old ways of doing business, but I think when you look at the new cultural journey, we need to look at creating value for the customers, yeah, and creating value and capturing the value from the customer. So how do we do this? It's about the user experience, yeah, and finally the tech solution, the API solution that has to be in place, the whole cloud solution, the BSS, OSS. Unfortunately, buying it off someone like Hamish, Mobilis, or Circle X may be an easy solution, but at times you want to customize your experience. You want to customize your application. Yeah. So we probably need to still invest into developers. We probably still need to invest into data scientists who come out with algorithms. At the end of the day, it's about more about experiment rather than belief, thinking that this product works as compared to the other one. But once you start experimenting, then we know actually what the consumer actually wants. So that's important. So it's about 3-step, 4-step journey of trying to become a digital company. Yeah. So that's we are in the process of doing that. So we hope we continue to progress in the right step moving forward.
Great. Thanks, Amin. Very, very similar themes there to what Hamish was saying earlier as well. Frederick, could you please just provide a quick intro and your perspective on this digital transformation? You're on mute there, Frederick.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry. Yes, we at 10T Tech, we have been focusing on enabling eSIM platforms for MVNOs and tier 2, tier 3 operators since our early beginning, to make it possible for the challengers in the market that do not have the legacy like the bigger mobile operators. The bigger mobile operators, they see eSIM and the eSIM digitalization as more as a threat, especially when it comes to the dealer network. The dealer network for big mobile operators, they have a lot of power. they are the one that's bringing in customer and customer acquisition. And you see, when you look into the challengers like TuneTalk or the other Circle Life and these guys, they don't necessarily have a lot of dealers that is out there and that they are dependent on. They can actually go out and find new ways to acquire customers. So MVNO market for eSIM is very, very interesting. We have seen that through all our markets that we are looking into. Another part that we don't necessarily have been talking about here today, but it's a part of digitalization that gives virtual mobile network operators a possibility that they haven't had before, and that's on the roaming department, or let's say the international traffic part. At 10T, we have also a sub-brand, or we have a sub-alliance that we are operating, and that's the eSIM Alliance. eSIM Alliance make it possible for virtual mobile operators to actually exchange profiles over countries. So two virtual operators in two different countries can actually go in a commercial relationship with each other without having their host operator involved with it, which is something that haven't been able to be done before in this world. So these type of features, I think, is very important in the eSIM and digitalization. But in all of this, for this, it needs to be driven so that you can get a greater revenue for the operator. Because if you're increasing more cost, then of course it's not going to be happening. Customer acquisition is definitely a very important part in this, and this is where we drive on 10T Tech.
Great. Thanks, Fredrik. So very strong focus there on eSIM, which is something we referenced earlier as well. Alan, over in Thailand, what's your? Please introduce yourself and give us a bit of a perspective on digital transformation. What you see as the biggest moves for MVNOs and the telecom.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. I can say so. We are a consulting company based in Bangkok, Thailand, where we provide consulting and support to various MVNOs, MVNA, and EAS, as well as regulatory authorities and governments who are very much so involved in the region in digital transformation and digital economy. I would say one of the things I see is that we are talking about an ecosystem. We definitely need to get the regulatory side into it as well. We see that in the region that we are talking about right now, we have issues with MNOs who are not necessarily allowed to be full MNOs, which means that we do have some data sets that are not coming back from the telcos to the MNOs. We also have to see the MVNO and the enabler part as a very important piece of the puzzle to enable enterprises, for example. Many of these enterprises, we are talking about end users as well with Circle Life, but also if we look into the enterprise, that many of them are not aware of the data they can actually get in return from the operators that they can use. And so the enterprise sector needs to get more involved. I'm happy that Gsma is having MVNOs in again this year, because when we talk about digital transformation, it is like we are concentrating a lot on the MNOs only.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Alan. We heard earlier that COVID has accelerated digital transformation for the industry as a whole. Just anybody want to comment specifically on that in terms of how COVID has maybe impacted your business, and has that accelerated the need to transform?
Probably I can share a bit at my end. Is that okay, Gary?
Sure.
So the last year and a half, I think we did pretty well, because we kind of have an application where you can actually register a SIM card on your own. You can just buy it off the shelf from any chain stores, and then you can register on it. And that has actually improved acquisition. Also, what has impacted the industry overall is, the data consumption has increased. So automatically, you see a bit of rise in data consumption, a bit of increase in ARPUs as well in Malaysia. But what we actually are trying to do is, we have a lot of retailers, we are trying to change them to start marketing digitally as well. I think that's very important. A lot of MNOs are setting up their own so-called sub-brand digital telco, thinking that they can go direct to the consumer. But I think my approach and our approach is slightly different. We want more retailers to actually digitize themselves so that we can build many different communities. Each retailer technically have their own community. So, if they can digitize their own community, I think gives us a better exposure. And essentially, it's a marketing tool for us. So I think that's the plan. And I think that's going to me, augur well for the business in the future. So we still keep everyone in business. And then we actually kind of enrich the trade to actually improve rather than just waiting behind the store, waiting for customers to walk in. But we kind of train them to now become a sub-digital brand telco for us as well.
Yeah, Gary, if I may add to it, that I think what's interesting to see is that how retailers, not specifically in the APAC region, but if you look at in the Americas and in Europe, suddenly moved the idea about becoming an MVNO front and center during the pandemic, because they needed to obviously to upsell the merchandise within the supermarkets. But it's also interesting when we talk about hopefully after the pandemic and when it's more open, how many will remain in that digital space. We will also see issues and opportunities around loyalty programs, because before, many loyalty programs was a coffee at a Starbucks or somewhere, and this has been closed in many countries in the APAC region, for example. So you need to introduce some kind of digital rewards as well that can be used in not only rewards in terms of coffee or food or something that's tangible and physical.
And what about regional expansion? We've seen a number of MVNO circles being an example. We've just heard from them. Red One has expanded into Thailand and Malaysia. Yourselves, Amin, I believe, you're expanding as well. I mean, has COVID and the digital transformation, how's that affected regional expansion? Has it, COVID, I imagine, has had an impact in your ability to expand regionally. But maybe digital transformation has sort of counterbalanced that. What's your perspective on that? Maybe Amin, we'll hear from you again, and then maybe we'll go to you, Frederick.
Sure. We kind of initially, when we set up the whole TuneTalk entity, because we're part of Asia Group, we have strong presence in essentially 5 different countries: Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, and Singapore. Unfortunately, the last 2 years, the travel business has actually kind of halted. So we have decided to put the expansion on hold until the travel business comes back into play. Then we become a bit more relevant to the travelers first, and then target those domestic markets over there. Yeah, because Asia has hubs in multiple countries, and it's only logical for us to actually expand. Yeah, using the Asia brand and the Tune brand, using the whole ecosystem, it will happen. But most likely, once the traveler business starts to open up again. Yeah.
Frederick, have you got a view on that?
I do, and also it's one of the parts that I lifted up in the beginning here is that not only to build like TuneTalk and Red One and Circle Life to have the building of their own brand in the different regions, but also as an MVNO to exchange commercial setups with MVNOs in region, and through that build their regional footprint. So even for the market where they can't get in, they can actually exchange profiles or exchange the digital setup and so on in between, and follow that up in a very, very easy way. Because with these different digitalization that we have, especially then with eSIM, eSIM is something that, plastic SIM was 30 years ago. So now we're going into finally something else that makes this possible, and also get more information about the customer. we can easily control, or not control, but get the customer acquisition into place where you can have AI systems that can take decisions on the customer acquisition, how different systems should behave, both on the BSS and OSS system of MVNOs, but also with the MNOs. So it's easier to get MNOs to loosen up a little bit of their control over the MVNOs because they're getting back more information in the backend. So when travel open up, especially in the Asia region, we see already now in the Europe region that this is increasing, but with the Asian region soon to be open up, and we are expecting more traffic and more movement in these areas, definitely.
Great, thanks, Fredrik. I've actually got a question here for Hamish, if he's still with us. Hamish, are you still on the line? Yep, you're about to join us. So I'll ask the question whilst you're doing that. So do your customers need to be an Apple partner with Carrier Bundle to get access to QR-less downloads? So do your customers need to be an Apple partner with Carrier Bundle to get access to QR-less downloads? So,
was that for me, Gary? I dropped out just for a moment.
Sorry, it was for you, Hamish? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there's different ways to do it. It's a really interesting topic with in-app provisioning for eSIM is the way that Apple controls this environment, and super anti-competitive, if you ask me. But basically, it depends on the proposition. If it's a traveler proposition, they're a little bit more open to offering that entitlement server certificate, which is what you need in order to do the in-app provisioning. If it's a national in-app provisioning service, so like a national carrier, then you do need to have certain contractual relationships with Apple, which a lot of tier 1, tier 2 carriers would have anyway because they're purchasing Apple devices from them. But in effect, yes, to answer the question directly, yes, you do, but it depends on the proposition and also the relationship that you have with Apple. Not an easy thing to achieve.
Yeah, well, and the relationship you have with the MNO, I imagine. I know in Australia, for example, the operators are actually providing the eSIM capability to their MVNOs. So it really depends on your setup, and then therefore it would work on Apple as well. So it really is very dependent on your setup.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also another link which is back to the developer account on the App Store as well, whether that's within the MVNO's name or whether it's within MNO's name. But it's possible for sure. Great.
Okay, look, we've probably got another 5, maybe 10 minutes max. I guess do we think, how important is digital transformation to MVNO growth? Like, do we think it's an essential? I mean, do MVNOs have to have a digital proposition, in this day and age, to be successful?
I'll say depending on if we look how we look at on MVNOs is also different, because if it's an enterprise, then they will probably make most of their digital transformation before they enter as an MVNO. So they will make sure, if it was a retailer, that they had a 360, they had omni-channels and everything. And the last layer they would need to, as an umbrella over these things, would be the MVNO setup, where they will say, instead of partnering up with an MNO directly, we want to keep the data for ourselves. And we see MVNO as an umbrella across the line that we have. So it's not necessarily for everyone to enter that space. We are also talking about tech savvies. We are in a region where a lot of people don't have or cannot afford SIM cards. I can give you an example. In Thailand, it's a quarter of the population that can't afford to have a monthly SIM card. And you cannot have a digital transformation in a country where a quarter of the population is still offline, because then you will need to have a dual track of one that is paperwork, as we do a lot in this region, and I would say it comes back to your question before on expanding regionally, that we also see, as mentioned about TuneTalk in the older days, and maybe still on the program, and you've seen the Circle Live, that you can do it in Singapore because a lot of things are online. The government supports it, regulatory-wise, the company supports it. You have your ID scheme set up in there, but then you go to Laos or you go to Cambodia or even places in Indonesia, which doesn't have that infrastructure in place yet. So the digital transformation needs to come from a different silo. It needs to come from 360 actually, and then the MVNO part will suddenly become the umbrella as the middleman before the MNO.
Yeah, that's a really, really valid point. I guess that's hinting at earlier. There's such a diverse range of regulatory environments and stages of development as well. You know, more developed versus less developed. So yeah, there's I can imagine there's a huge, and even handsets that are capable of accepting eSIM. You know, there's a whatever the penetration level of those is in the market, also has a huge impact as well. Okay, anyone else want to add to that at all?
I could add a little bit. I think Alan makes some really good points there. It's really market dependent, isn't it? And you know, different segments of different markets are at different stages of kind of, you know, digital capability. So it depends on the market. But you know, a really interesting thing, when we started to push out our eSIM platform, we noticed that when we were going into those markets where penetration of smartphones was maybe a little bit less, that eKYC was an important component to have as a part of an eSIM proposition, because you can't really serve a customer digitally with an eSIM without them having the ability to upload their identification documents and to sign a contract. So it's interesting. I think the digital transformation will definitely progress at different stages. Like here in Europe, I think 100% MVNOs will need to have more of a focus on digital propositions. But when you look at other markets like Latin America, for example, as well, it's a different approach, and it'll probably take a different amount of time. You know.
Yeah, really good point. And eKYC regulations are different in different markets too.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, it can be as easy as taking a selfie of yourself with your passport, and but it varies in different markets. Got a question. 5G. We haven't really talked much about 5G today. So two parts of this question. 5G is part of a digital proposition, like the importance of 5G, and I'm particularly interested in the developments in Malaysia with the network, the government planning to build a wholesale 5G network that people or MNOs and MVNOs could potentially access to offer 5G, having one single 5G network shared across the nation. I mean, I guess you're probably best placed to have a crack at this one, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you, Gary. So with the setup of a company called DNB, 5G will be rolled out extensively in Malaysia by that single entity. Yeah, they are allowing us MVNO to have direct access to 5G. But the question here is, we are now using Celcom for 2G, 3G, and 4G. Yeah, and if we use another operator for 5G, what will happen if there's a drop off? Yeah, what essentially is going to happen is, if we don't have continuity in handover, then we either only can sell 5G or we only can sell the other 3G and 4G. So that's something that we got to think about. So do we go direct to DNB, which is the new entity, or do we still continue working with Celcom, where they can provide us a full handover when it comes to 4G and 5G? So that's something that we got to think about. Yeah, essentially, I think if it works, I would prefer to go direct to the 5G player, because it gives us better margins per se. But you know, the behavior and the ecosystem will have to actually support the whole environment. So I think that's very important.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think they're the only market I'm aware of that's actually doing that, and it's quite a. It's a big play. You know, we'll have to see how that evolves. And you know, as you say, if your existing MNO is able to sub wholesale, you know, then maybe you can acquire the full suite of services from them. But I guess that remains to be seen, because 5G will be very patchy as they build out the network, I'm sure. Anyone else got a perspective on that at all, Alan?
I would say what I think is interesting about that is we have sort of similar, in Mexico with the Red Compadre network, which hasn't been doing too well financially, but are trying, to do a comeback. But what's essentially interesting about the Malaysian approach is then it will be a competition on the positioning of the services. So now it will not be as we are used to with a telco within a traditional MNO, where they are competing about coverage and competing about the quality of the network. Now everyone will have the same, so you will be able to compete on what kind of service you offer, what niche you attack, and how you fit in those specific niche segments. And I think that will be very interesting to see and an interesting opportunity to enter into that market.
Yeah, 5G's got a long way to, I guess, we're only just starting to enter into that space. But look, we are out of time, unfortunately. This topic, we could have a day and still not cover, all of the things that we've just touched on very lightly. But, there've been some really interesting discussions and great presentations. I'd like to thank Hamish from Mobilize Global, Damien from Circles, who we can't see, but I know there he comes. Thank you, Damien. Amin, Frederick, and Alan for joining us on the panel today. And look forward to staying in touch. And I guess if there's any questions from anybody in the audience, that they can post them through to the chat. All right, thank you, everyone. And,
thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Have a nice day.
इस दौर से तेरी दौड़ है, सुन तेरे अंदर शोर है। इस दौर से तेरी दौड़ है, सुन तेरे अंदर शोर है। हालात की तोड़ के जंजीरें, खुद लिख ले अपनी तकदीरें। लगा दे जान, इरादे कर, फिर देखना अपना असर।
सुपर नहीं तो 4G नहीं, Jazz Super 4G.
Tahun ini patutnya gembira. Tahun ini patutnya ceria. Tapi tahun ini kita diduga. Tapi kita ini Malaysia. Segalanya sudah kita harungi. Segalanya sudah kita tangani. Malaysia bersama, ini pasti. Melayu, Cina, India, Kadazan, Iban, dan semuanya. Kita gagah, kita berdiri bersama. Kita pantang diduga. Ayo, kita kurangkan keraguan. Kita kurangkan kerisauan. Kerana kita ada insan-insan bertungkus lumus di barisan hadapan. Sayang kita kepada negara, bersama kita bantu dengan apa cara. Kerana sayanglah, kita akan berusaha. Kita bantu sehabis mampu. Kerana kau dan aku ada untuk kau dan aku. Mungkin kita tak sempurna, tapi yang penting kita sedang gigih mencuba. Kerana kita sayang Malaysia. akhirnya pasti penat lelah ini akan membawa hasil esok hari. Penyatuan kita semua, sayang kita pada Malaysia. Kita akan menangi perang wabak ini.
We are not perfect.
Asking you, is it secure? Will my identity be stolen? And for those who are using e-wallet, they will be thinking like, well, what happened if my identity is stolen? What happened to my money in this case? Well, all this while, in order to authenticate a user, SMS two-factor authentication that we are normally receive on our mobile, the OTPs, has been filling up that gap in authenticating a mobile user to be exact, with a great success. But as we can see, the growth of this digital transformation, the digital services that continue to drive more demand, not just on the consumers, but as well as the brands or the enterprise to look for a newer and more robust verification or authentication method. And that is where we believe that the identity service become a necessary, a better and a new identity service is necessary in this case. And coupled together with a biometric solution, that would be a big step in the right direction for the telco as a key identity provider. Moving on next, that's how we're talking about trust and how telco can be the trust enabler. Telco today is actually perfectly positioned to be that enabler because they are actually serving the customer or their subscriber. On the other hand, enterprise as well, where they have certain relationship. So they actually, with this trust that they have been built on both ends, they can actually bridge the gap and provide a secure, frictionless onboarding and authentication. So this actually helps to bring a new revenue stream for the telcos and streamline services for the users and provide reliable and hassle-free product for the enterprise on the other hand. And deep dive further in, we can see how the telco view of the customers. As we all know, telco have a very, very unique relationship with their subscribers because it all starts from the first part where when a customer, a potential customer, walks into a retail store looking to purchase a SIM card or sign up for a plan. During that time, there is this SIM registration process where they will actually get hold of the user data, such as their name, their national ID, address, and other relevant details required to actually register that user. And together with that, they will be able to actually build the foundation of the user. While them being a subscriber of a telco, over the time, that builds up the credit worthiness of that particular subscribers. The tenure of the subscription will be there. The device type that the user is actually using, it's also visible for them. And of course, the ARPU of that user, that actually builds a very strong credit worthiness of a particular subscriber. And something that is very uniquely available for the telco, which only telco has, which is actually the network data, such as the location of the subscriber when they last change a SIM. Whether they just change it because they lost it, or it's actually some account takeover being happened, or even the whether the user is actually currently roaming. So all these are actually helping the enterprise, where it's actually helping them to be more easy in actually doing the client acquisition. And of course, telco will be deemed as a trusted provider, turnkey security provider here. And next, we look into how a telco can actually position themselves and provide the value proposition to both ends. As we mentioned just now, telco is in a very unique and special position here. On one hand, they have a relationship with the consumer, and on the other hand, with the enterprise. So telco needs to actually seize this crucial position in identity space and push their value proposition where they could actually solve lots of challenges that faced by the consumers and enterprise, especially on the trust, security issue that they are facing today. So towards the consumer, telco today is just purely the connectivity provider, but that can elevate into telco being their provider of digital identity. And then also with all the data that they have, telco will be also the guardian of their personal data. Like we saw just now, telco actually possess all the data such as their credit worthiness, their location information. So they actually believe that the telco has the capability to guard all those personal data of theirs. And of course, on the enterprise side, telco can actually expand their current relationship and diversify into beyond just connectivity. And that could be helping them to actually providing services such as verification of the users, identity services to identify if, let's say, the users indeed is the correct user, and that actually signals if there's any fraud being taken by the fraudsters behind. And looking into the fintech, where on certain countries or population where there are huge amount of unbanked population, telco can be a very crucial point here, where they actually have the data that can help the fintech to actually access to this unbanked or underbanked population and identify them, so that those users or the population can access to that financial services as well. So by having a trusted relationship here, it is actually better to benefit the consumer as well as to protect the their identity from being taken up by other people. Well, moving into the last part of it is that how telco themselves can achieve this. Well, as we mentioned earlier just now, when the customer move into the retail store, when they actually start to subscribe or actually purchase a SIM card, that's where the KYC process started. And it's important to actually strengthen the KYC process and not limit to just that few data entry, but includes biometric as well. And with that, together, position telco as a primary source of validated digital identity provider. Biometrics, together with the data, and link it up with the mobile number that actually assigned to the subscriber, that actually built the whole foundation. And second thing, definitely, for telco is that a collaboration is needed, definitely. With all the telcos, that is important because in identity business, it's not about telco A or telco B being a competitor, because telco A can only provide data and information about their own subscribers. They can't do for telco B, which is why it's important for them to work together, align together on the product availability, and of course, collectively address to the regulatory concerns, such as the data privacy, the protection, and also how to actually work on the customer consent, because this is crucial and important in order to actually expose certain things with consent without exposing too much details, and that helps to protect and continue the trust with the subscriber. Last but not least, making it easy. Today we know there are many enterprises who are actually keen to onboard, but when they actually hear that it's actually quite tedious or it's difficult for them to actually onboard or adapt to that, they will actually drop that idea. So it's important to make it easy. We are talking here about an ecosystem, and there are actually many channel providers in the market that are ready to work closely with the telco and provide them with the expertise, such as the development resources, market expertise, as well as the go-to-market strategies, to ensure that telco is not doing it all by themselves, but instead creating a useful solution for the enterprise and create a full ecosystem that benefits the consumer, enterprise, channel partners, and telco themselves. Thank you very much, and hope to see you all soon. Back to you, Brian.
Jackie, thanks very much. That's a very informative, very insightful presentation. Thank you for that. We've got a lot to cover today, so we're going to keep moving forward. For my next speaker, I'd like to introduce Sineshis Khan, who's the Head of Data Partnerships for Telesign. Sineshis, good morning.
Hey, hi, Brian. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. And thanks, Gsma and Brian, for putting this together. And good afternoon to people in APAC. Good morning to people in Europe. Must be early morning for you guys. Let me just put up my screen. Sorry. Yeah. Hope the screen is visible now. Thank you. So what I'm going to do over the next 10 minutes is to walk you through Telesign, who we are, what we do, and why we do it. Digital identity, as we know, is now the recent buzzword. But before that, very quickly about who we are. So Telesign, we started our journey in 2005. We were one of the pioneers in the space of two-factor authentication, OTPs. Even till date, we hold patents on 2FA. Headquartered in LA, we've, of course, made good geo expansion, as you can see, around the world. Singapore being a recent addition last year to strengthen our position in the APAC region. So through our APIs, we deliver user verification, digital identity, and communication solution, which in turn helps protect 21 of the top 25 online sites from fraud and enhance the user experience. Now, how we do it is we kind of help work on 3 pillars: authentication, identifying who the consumer is, and identifying what's the risk associated with behind the person who's doing the transaction. So using these 3 pillars, we are able to help, online sites use us to protect the consumer, give them a more secure experience across the consumer journey. Now, digital identity. Fundamentally, what is digital identity? Today, as we have, we've seen the boom in the smartphone penetration. People started using internet, as JK mentioned. Also, there are a lot of first-time users coming on the internet. So, the more we use internet, the more we engage with the online world, we leave a lot of digital footprints in the online world, and these are a collection of these footprints that we leave in the online world, which constitutes various elements of our digital identity. When you look at it individually, it could be a phone number, email ID, your IP, your fingerprint, your biometrics, device ID. However, when you combine these all together, which is linking a phone number to an email ID, to an IP address, constitutes an entire digital identity, and using which I, as an online site or as a business enterprise, should be able to validate that, okay, this person is so-and-so, and what's the risk behind this person. However, as we leave as we grow, leave more and more digital footprints, and as the online usage booms, it's led to the growth of another industry, and that's the fraud industry today. The fraud industry is about a $19 billion industry today, and it's growing rapidly. And this $19 billion is just what has been reported. When you actually try and look at the unreported figures, the numbers could be much more staggering. And this has been a problem. And as you can see on the screen, there was a Experience 2019 Global and Identity and Fraud report showed 1 in 5 consumers in APAC have faced fraud in the online space. And also, APAC today constitutes for 59% of the global online fraud. The other important aspects which businesses are now realizing is more than 50% of the businesses confirm that they face fraud losses. And today, which is why businesses are looking at building solutions, putting more focus into putting in system checks that will help them prevent losses through fraud, help them identify potential fraudsters early on in the consumer journey. And last, an important figure to note, and why this is getting to be a bigger concern, is because over the last few years, the average value of transaction of a fraudulent transaction has gone up by $26, while an actual transaction per sub, which is a genuine transaction, has come down by $21. So this means that there are more transactions happening which are fraudulent. At the same time, the value of those transactions are high. So all in all, this actually makes it a important problem for businesses to start looking at. Now, fraudsters, basically, their modus operandi is to get a hold of your data, your identity, your information, and use that to maybe apply for a loan, apply for a credit card, do a shopping, and so on and so forth. Now, they use various methods to do that. There's a man in the middle, there's clean fraud, there's friendly fraud, there's internal fraud, there's triangulation fraud. These are all various means which fraudsters actually start using, with the last outcome is how to get information about the user and how to best defraud the system. Now, how are businesses coping with this particular mechanism? Now, there have always been the traditional mechanism, as we know, which has been using OTPs for new users for registration, and then looking at username password combination for returning user. Now, those processes have been tried and tested, so obviously the brands are not doing away with it. But what the brands also realize that identifying or verifying the risk associated with the phone number, which is the MSISDM, is extremely critical. Now, why is that? Now, that's because the phone number becomes an important part of the user identity. One, we send OTPs to that number. Second, if a existing user is trying to do a reset, we might again send OTPs there. For a lending business, it becomes an important aspect because that's where that becomes a primary source of contact for the user. So all in all, there is value that brands are realizing that needs to be associated with verifying the risk associated with a certain MSI SDM linked to an account, as well as understanding who the user is behind that account. There are, of course, much more advanced mechanisms that's also available, which is based on device and biometrics, which are gaining traction. However, said that, MSI's reputation is increasingly becoming more and more relevant and important for these brands. And this is where there is an opportunity for MNOs around the world to collaborate and combat fraud and give a much more secure experience to their subscribers. Now, we know for a fact that MNO data is very rich, very powerful. It's being used. People are trying to get access to telco data to build various use cases. However, it's important that telcos also streamline the use cases, which in a sense will help them balance what's the business objective versus what's going to impact the reputation in the market. Now, one of the most common use cases we all know, which has been utilized over a period of time, has been marketing use cases, which is typically been subscribers, consumers being bombarded with a lot of marketing messages, which consumers find very intrusive. But when you move left side of the graph, which is use cases around fraud management, verification, authentication, are still relatively new and still unexplored. And those come with a strong sense of impact for the brand reputation for the telecom operators, because that's where then a subscriber starts to feel protected, starts to value the telecom operators more, thinking that there are services which an operator is providing to safeguard me in my online experiences. Having said that, it's again important for operators to not look at this business as a competitive business in the market, because end of the day, this service can only be successful if the brands come in together, the operators come in together, have similarity in the nature of services and offer these services together, because end of the day, every consumer needs to be protected. And that's what we mean. And there are a couple of things. One is for the brands to come together to protect the services, and at the same time, operators to ensure that the services that's being brought to the market is easy to adopt, something which can be seamlessly integrated by the consumers. Most online brands today are spending a lot of time, effort, money in ensuring the consumer experience is seamless on their website. So operators need to come out with services, introduce services which does not add to the friction in the online space, but is reducing friction. That's very critical, because that's going to drive the adoption of the services. Secondly, it's important to understand, to come out with services which are relevant to the brands, which is actually going to impact their business. And that's improving security. Now, once these two are combined together, it's obviously going to lead to the desired outcome of lowering risk. Now, Telesign has been doing this for quite some time globally. We do become a single point of contact for many operators around the world, where we are able to, using a combination of SIM swap, KYC, identifying whether a certain phone is active, inactive, or whether the phone number has been recycled or not. We work with, like I mentioned, some of the leading brands to prevent frauds for account opening, on payment frauds, as well as account takeover frauds. The benefit, obviously, brands see working with Telesign is, we become a single point of contact for them, for operators across, which means we are able to solve problem for them for the larger universe of consumers and not just a specific set of customers in their universe. We have been working with over 80 telcos around the world today. And APAC, we made significant progress with operators. Operators are now realizing the benefit of these use cases. We've had great traction with operators in this part of the world. As you can see, we've been expanding our footprint, and very soon we hope to paint the whole APAC blue quite soon. Operator data is powerful, but what additionally we also do for the brands is to combine other data elements of digital identity, which is email IDs, IPs, and other sources of information, combine it with the data available for the operator to present a more robust identity score for the brands to much more authoritatively decide whether a certain user coming on board is a high-risk user, fraudster, or not. And with that, I'll end my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. Happy to answer any questions in the panel. And Brian, over to you.
So Heshis, thanks very much. Again, another really insightful presentation. Very much appreciated. Thank you. I'd like now to move on to our panel discussion, if I may. And I'm just going to show a slide to introduce my colleagues on the call. So while that's loading, I'll just let you know that the chat facility is up and working. If you'd like to use that to ask questions, please do so. So in addition to JK and Snashes, we've also, can I just go back? Sorry, put the slide back up. Super, thanks. In addition, we're also joined this morning by a group of very experienced and senior executives from right across the mobile ecosystem. Stefan Kostic, who's the CEO from Hyperfication, Pushpendra Singh, who's head of new programs for mobile partnerships at Facebook, Namal Jathalek from emerging technology at Axiata Digital Labs, and Ramon Harang, who's the founder of Mobile 360. So in addition to JK and Snesis, a warm welcome to my colleagues who are also joining us at this point. Our goal is really to kind of share insights from a very experienced team across not just APAC, from across the globe. So again, we hope you find this a really useful and informative session. I'd like to come first to Stefan, if I may. Stefan, from your perspective, Hyperfication works right across the globe. What do you see as the key trends in the AP region? And I guess given those trends, what do you see as the main opportunities for the mobile ecosystem?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Brian. Everybody, great to be here. Again, hopefully we'll start moving to some physical events next year. Yeah, if we are talking about the digital trends in Asia, I mean, I would say that it's probably the main region when we are speaking about living truly the life on mobile. When I say this, aside from as JK mentioned, you know, the big stats, the number of mobile subscribers and the ICT infrastructure growing, etc., there are a couple of key trends which I would like to point out that are specifically, you know, happening in a very big scale in APAC. First of all, there's a new way of doing e-commerce, which moves on live streaming, which I think it's a very important trend for a lot of players, and I can see it slowly spilling up in the rest of the globe. APAC, more than the other regions, especially Southeast Asia, is becoming a fully cashless society with a lot of mobile wallets and fintech startups and projects growing. We can see governments are starting to enable their services and creating what they call eID services for their citizens as well. There's an entertainment and gaming kind of initiatives, which I think are very popular in terms of the streaming services becoming super popular across Asia Pacific. I don't know how many fans here on the blockchain technologies, but there's a huge boom in play to earn gaming, in the NFT space, which I hope some of the other panelists will mention about. And last but not least, which is kind of correlated to what you know, JK and SK were mentioning around digital identity, but there's definitely a growing concern about the misuse of the personal data, and more importantly about the cybersecurity threats, which were just accelerated and catalyzed in the COVID-19 time. And what is importantly specific for Asia specific, it's you know, the cell phones and mobile numbers are actually some of the primary attack vectors, for the simple reason because the mobile numbers are being used as one of the primary identifiers for users in APAC when it comes to online services. So these are some of the major trends, and these are the things that represent a great opportunity for telecoms to join in. Obviously, for all of us in the cybersecurity and the authentication identity space, the last trend is super important. But yeah, there's definitely a great opportunity in all of the points that I mentioned.
Super, Stefan, thanks. That was a really good way to start. Thank you for being so clear and putting your list together. That's really helpful. Thank you. If I may now, Pushpendra, from your perspective, what do you see at Facebook as the key trends and therefore the opportunities for the mobile ecosystem?
Yeah, Brian, thanks everyone for inviting us to be part of this panel today. So I think few interesting things are happening in this industry, you know, and we are super excited about it as we move on. And, you know, I will sum up those three as, first of all, is telcos and I think the ecosystem realizing that SMS is not a digital product. and we need to move beyond it. So I think that's a very important trend which is emerging, and we are super excited about it. Because all the last 10 years, 15 years, only way to authenticate users or probably monetize was SMS. But realization that we need to move forward from it is super exciting, and not only for us, but for the industry. Second is, I think what we also see is it's just not about authenticating users. I think how we can start a conversation out of it, where business messaging comes into place. And as Facebook works across with hundreds of telcos across the globe and also the ecosystem, the more we hear about it, I think the more excited we get about it. So I think it's just not about one-way communication. Let's make it two-way, which I think makes the space exciting, and I think it makes meaningful for the entire ecosystem. Third is what we're seeing over the last 12 to 18 months. I think the conversations of the space have spiked up. And I think if you even see Infobip presenting today and Telesign, I believe, I think 2 years back, I wouldn't have heard at least Infobip or Telesign talking about these type of products, right? So I think the ecosystem is developing on its own somewhere. It's helping telcos, and I'm pretty sure it also helps the OTT players in days to come. So we see a lot of good movement, and I think as Facebook always works with the ecosystem, we are super excited to, build new products over there, which can scale and, industry can gain meaningfully out of it. So as I said, super opportunity, everyone, as we move ahead for everyone. And we are excited the space. And we are so much eager to learn more as we move on.
Pushpender, thanks. That was really helpful. Thank you. That's super. Nimal, from your perspective on the operator side, what do we see as the trends and opportunities that are powering Insight in our business?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for inviting and pleasure to be here discussing with a very experienced panel. I think both Stefan and Pushpender covered most of the trends. One key factor when we consider all these trends, maybe e-commerce or the entertainment industry, and some of the mobile money related trends, there are a few underlying factors. Because if you really think, apart from improvement of the data speeds, rest of the things were almost in place in 5 years back. But the improvement of a lot of focus and improvement on user experience, simplifying the processes, and flexible business models, partnering with other ecosystem partners, having bundled offers, various discounts and other things to promote business. So these are some of the underlying drivers to get these trends emerging in the field. And of course, the one other important factor is the advancement of smartphones, the processing power, and all the other factors. So these are some of the underlying things, and few other areas or few other trends emerging are like home automation around some of the smart devices and IoT capabilities, then smart education or online education, and especially with this pandemic situation, the online education and even digital collaboration in terms of working from home and all the other things has become very, very important. So these are some of the other trends, and even in the advertising field, we have seen a lot of a major shift from usual television or other conventional media-based advertising to digital advertising, which again promotes this ecosystem because that helps money flowing into these digital businesses. So these are some of the things we see, and then telcos are also from telco perspective, they are trying to actively participate and be part of at least few of these trends because they have realized the value and importance of being part of these trends and trying making their businesses more healthier and digitally capable. So those are some of the observation from my side.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ramon. Really appreciate that. Ramon, can I come from you for your perspective, just to close off this section on trends and what the telco see as opportunities? What's your perspective? Ramon, you're on mute at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brian. Let me give a
good.
little start. Yeah. What I'm saying is that the telcos for the longest time is in the bleeding edge of digital progress. I mean, the services they provide have been the catalyst and backbone of digital progress and source of innovation across all sectors. I personally saw how Globe Telecom's initiatives to leverage on data-centric solutions and exposing its network assets through APIs paved the way for some of the successful digital pioneers that delivers digital services to the Philippines and Asia Pacific region. These companies, I guess, one of the interesting um, fact here is that this digital services or this digital services pioneer was taken out of Globe and formed in new companies by themselves under the 917 Ventures Holding. I'm talking about Mint and Gcash, which is the number one e-wallet company in the Philippines. Consulta MD, the largest telehealth company. We have Rush, loyalty and e-commerce platform. Purgo for online grocery shopping. And M360, the company that I just joined in recently, is the biggest A2P and omnichannel communications platform in the country today. So common to all these companies or digital pioneers is that our leverage on unlocking the MNO potential in harnessing data and optimizing telco APIs to offer our unique services and capturing values, and at the same time leadership in different ecosystem or in globe work within. So I guess those are the things that shaping up the telco right now, and that drives innovation across all ecosystem that the telcos are going to work with.
Ramon, thanks very much for that. So what we've done so far is we've looked at some of the kind of regional trends in Asia Pacific and the opportunities that they create. I've got a long list, just listening to the first four colleagues speaking. The general trends in mobile, the cashless economy, that seems to be really accelerating in Asia, EID, gaming, etc. So I guess my question, perhaps if I can come back now to JK first, there's a tremendous list of opportunities there. What are the barriers that are stopping us really exploring and creating tremendous opportunities from them?
Well, thanks, Brian, and thanks everyone. The panel colleagues here as well. So I guess everyone is aware that the opportunity is there.
Yeah.
The trends are there, but the thing is that like what we are sharing earlier, me and SK was sharing in our session, is that it seems that the telco is not part of it today. Example like what Stefan mentioned, there are so many opportunities there. Cashless, government-enabled EID and etc. But then telco today, they have not been collaborating more or collaborating enough to enable the identity services for the enterprise. They are actually working very silo, or even not having something available at all for the enterprise to actually better identify the user. Like what Pushpendra mentioned, moving into, let's say, a two-way communication over such a virtual channel. How do you ensure that the user that you're talking is actually the correct user? But that is something that definitely I think the telco can be part of it by collaborating together, coming up with a standardized, more adaptable, easy to use authentication method because of their database that they have. And that will actually help drive all these more secure, and actually minus out all the doubts, all the concerns about trust, about our identity loss and etc. when we are actually doing our communication, our dealings over the virtual channels.
Super, thanks, JK. SK, from your perspective, could you build on that as well? What's the barriers that are preventing the mobile ecosystem taking advantage of these trends? What do you see at Telesign?
No, thanks, Brian. And, I completely echo what JK just mentioned, right? And I think if you look at the telecom industry and the telco players mostly, right? I mean, it's kind of, and I come from a telco background myself, right? Having worked in a telco. Competitiveness is so much in the DNA, right? Because you tend to not look at your other operator as a collaborative partner, but you look at them as competitor. So I think collaboration is something which is missing. I mean, in a market, there is one operator which probably is ready to offer services, but they're probably just 30% of the market. So that doesn't help the cause of the ecosystem, right? Because end of the day, we are looking at building services which are more consumer centric, which is going to impact the consumer. And that's only going to happen when all the telcos come together, collaborate, and offer services, like I mentioned in my presentation, offer services relevant for the market, and in terms of together similar specs, similar nature of services, and seamless services. Having said that, I think what the telcos are going through now is a bit of a transition, because if you look at the leadership of telcos across, it's a new industry, telecom industry, right, as compared to FMCG and some of the other bigger industries. So it's still the first and in some cases second generation leaders which are coming in, and they've been very used to the traditional core revenues that they've been used to seeing, and these revenue line items are relatively new for them. These lines of business are new to them, so different operators are today getting aware at different stages and waking up to these problems, right? So I think that's really challenge number one for these operators, which is awareness, understanding that there is an opportunity, and once they understand, I think to understand that this is actually going to benefit them in the long run, right? I think that's really one of the barriers, right? The second barrier, I think, is more regulatory, and this is where probably I would side with the operators, right? And because a lot of regulations around defining what's PI information, what can be shared, how can it be shared, what they can do, is still very ambiguous in a lot of markets. So given a mobile operator has a lot more at stake, and they typically tend to they find these use cases, these opportunities exciting, but they're not very sure about whether it's on the right side of the regulations or not. And I think that's where regulatory needs to also come out, have more definitive and clear communication around what kind of data can be used for what purposes. Probably have some regulations based on use cases. So for example, even if you look at GDPR today, right? They allow partners to share data when it concerns combating fraud, but there are restrictions in place for using it for some other purposes. I think similar regulatory steps should also be taken around the world in different markets, which will actually empower and enable the operators to collaborate much better.
Super, thanks, Stefan. Can I come back to you now? When you were talking a little bit earlier, you were talking about some of the major trends and gave us a really a good list of the trends and opportunities. How would you describe exactly where we are now then? So as an ecosystem, where are we starting from? Are we in a good place? Are we 10% of the way there, 30% of the way there? How would you explain where we're starting from today?
No, that's a good question, and it's difficult to put a percentage. Was that for me or was that for Stefan? Sorry.
It was for Stefan, actually.
I'm sorry. I heard
It's okay. No problem. I enjoy listening.
My bad. It's
no worries. No worries. Please go ahead. I can just jump on afterwards.
Sorry about that. No, I just wanted to mention that we are in different stages, right? I mean, there are the Western world, which is far more evolved, versus this part of the world, which is still growing up to those stages, right? So defining a percentage is difficult, but I think the level of awareness is varying from the Western, from where it is in North America versus where it is in APAC today. Sorry, Stefan, over to you.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No, I mean, like what Brian mentioned. I mean, these are the trends, right? Like I don't see. I mean, the telecoms are far behind. What's going on. It's just a matter of how fast they can really utilize what's in front of them, right? Like and there's many different reasons why they are not 100% ahead of the curve and the stuff. I mean, part of the reasons are what SK mentioned and JK, etc., around the regulatory stuff. But what I think, I mean, like the overall opinion from my end is like everybody putting like a blame. Yeah, telcos are late on the party. They're not moving fast enough, etc. I also think when we are speaking about a lot of these interesting use cases and trends, I really think that the demand is what needs to drive the adoption. And I really think demand in any business, including the telecom space, is what will solve all the supply side issues. And I'm really happy to hear, the likes and the guys like Push and many of the other bigger guys that are joining the space and realizing the opportunity that exists on telecom side. And I really think with their push and they recognizing the potential of what telecoms can do is really something that will open up the telecoms in a much faster way and help them realize actually what are the opportunities beyond their core infrastructure and connectivity, and move what they like to say, the intelligent connectivity and smart platforms beyond their core infrastructure. And I really hope to see this happening in a very, very short term.
Super, thanks, Stefan. Thanks for that. Pushpendra, can I come to you now from Facebook's perspective? Given the global footprint you have, we're talking about Asia Pacific now, but where does it go? Where does it work well? So where do you look at in the world and go, I wish it worked like that because it works really well there? Have we got an example you can share with us?
Yeah, that's a valid question, and I think, again, like with a global footprint of 3 billion plus users across the planet, and our only endeavor is to provide them frictionless access to our services.
Yeah.
What we really want the world to look like is there should be one solution we can plug in and that works across 204 or 205 countries we have. The barriers we see currently is there are many solutions, and I think for an organization of scale like us and even many other OTT players, it's so difficult to connect. Like if I want to connect to an operator, say in South Africa, they might have a different APIs. The operator in Indonesia might have different APIs. And that really creates some sort of an ecosystem challenge. So we believe as the industry grows up, I think there's one seamless solution. Like SMS always had one solution, right? SMSCs were standard across the globe. And all telcos used to own them. You can just go and connect with them directly, indirectly through aggregators and all that stuff. But that process worked. So I think what we largely believe is we see a lot of companies spending a lot of time on it. Like I've spoken to Stefan a few times on this. But at some point of time, it will be very ideal, like telcos start taking a lead on this. Them stepping on to the technological step takes time, but I think there's an ecosystem which is being developed by Infobip, Telesign, and IPification. But in ideal world, telco should take a big leap here, and we are looking for a seamless solution across the globe. So we just connect to one telco, and the same connection, same API work can be done for all of those. Till the time that is not done, I think there will be more barriers to connect, and I think we are just looking for that space. I understand GSMA also built up a solution around it, which was Mobile Connect, some 7-8 years back, and it didn't so. But I think there's a new solution which they have, and I believe something like that becomes an industry standard. And if it does, then it becomes easier for players like us to become part of it, and start working with telcos to monetize as we go on. The other problem, I think, Brian, which is we haven't seen pricing models in this industry yet. So I think that's something which is pretty critical, like how these services will be used, right? With SMS, you had a definitive answer. There's one SMS is counted as one submitted delivery, whatever the new answers are. So I think that's pretty important. And I think in this space, I think as the ecosystem grows, it has to be monetizable for everyone, right? Like if we use the service, we should get meaningful out of it. If we have partnership with a telco or a third-party company, everyone should gain out of it. So I think the pricing models are pretty not in place at this moment of time. And I think that is something which will really need to be set up soon. But I think seamless connectivity is one, second is pricing. And I think those are the two things. But we are super excited because these solutions will help us to bring a safer authentication mode and also something which as an industry can grow. If you take example of like small people who work on platforms across the globe, it's so difficult for them to access services. So seamless connectivity, APIs availability can really help them. Yeah. So long way to go, but I think it's a super exciting space.
Excellent, Pushpendra. Thank you for being so clear. That's really helpful. I'd like to come back to Nimal now and then Ramal. So Nimal, what we've heard is some really interesting trends, creating excellent opportunities. We've got some barriers. That was also another key point. And I think the point Stefan made was it's not just about the telcos having to fix this. We need to work together to create better solutions. So from your perspective, how can we help? What are the barriers that you see that are preventing MNOs from accelerating this, and how can we help?
Sure. Yeah. I would say there are few barriers. Top of the mind things are like telcos are quite heavy organizations, right? They possess a lot of assets. Some of these assets are unfortunately legacy assets which are not digital ready. So, but they simply can't write off these assets. So they need to strike a balance to utilize these capabilities as well as merge the capabilities of these assets with the digital world. So how you bridge this gap effectively will define how strongly and how quick you can transform or become a digital player. So that is where the APIification and consumption of these capabilities as APIs on a digital layer comes into play. So within the MNOs we are dealing with, we talk about a two-speed stack even. So the robust legacy core as slow but steady and very robust layer, and on top of that a high-speed layer which consumes the capabilities and enable people to create things fast and then either fail fast or scale it to the next level and build the partnerships. Because the other point is that how effectively you can build partnerships with the wide ecosystem players is again a key for MNO success. So to become a partnership or become an ecosystem player requires capabilities exposed. As Pushpendra mentioned, there should be seamless connectivity. There should be a lot of other services because telco is a complex ecosystem. So you can think of charging to connectivity to digital services to identity to a lot of things, right? So all these capabilities can be opened as APIs, but there should be a proper ecosystem, well governed, streamlined ecosystem to do that. So how effectively they can do it on top of this digital stack or the high speed layer will define where MVNOs can go. We have seen this trend, so especially with new entrants where they can afford to build a completely digital new stack. We have seen this speed, how strongly they partner with other ecosystem players, how rapidly they churn out new services, especially digital services and all. So these trends set some example to conventional MVNOs, I would say, and they are also trying to catch up. They are also trying to behave at least in this high speed layer as an OTT or OTT like player where they combine telco capabilities as well as software world capabilities, agile concepts, and all these things to create services fast, partner much faster, and capture the top, because telcos are already capturing the connectivity as a service or the connectivity piece, but the revenues and the margins are very low. The margins and revenues are there in the upper layers. So how strongly they can capture those with this high speed stack is something very interesting. It is happening, but I would say it's not up to the expected speed, but it is happening.
Okay,
It's an interesting,
thanks, Tamal. Ramon, can I come to you? When Snesis was talking, one of the barriers he talked about was regulation, and specifically data protection and attitudes towards data, using the data to unlock some of these opportunities. What's the MNO perspective on that? Is that still a struggle to get kind of new products approved? What's your perspective on that specific barrier?
Well, it's not particularly the challenge for getting a new product approved, but it's more like what's the business model that surrounds that influence that creation of digital services. Stefan mentioned something about demand. Push mentioned something about pricing, and Namal kind of concur about that. And I think the areas where the MNOs will continue to struggle is in developing and marketing the various and relevant business models that supports the API. The API adoption in the segments or ecosystems that they work within. The telco need to articulate to the developers the engagement model and the values of API and make the business model attractive to these developers and to these enterprises to make sure that they embed these telco APIs in their business workflows and digital transformation initiatives.
Super. Thanks. I'm watching. Thanks, Ramon. I'm watching the time, so I'm just going to ask this last question of my colleagues, and then we'll need to kind of fade out the time. But JK, can I start with you? So if we were all on this session in a year's time, in 12 months' time, and we'll book that in the diary, and we'll join on this call in a year's time, and I said, how's the year been? what would you be saying to say, oh, Brian, it was a great year. We did the following things. What would that consist of? We talked about barriers, trends, opportunities, but practically speaking, what's a good year look like then in this space?
Well, hopefully today will be a good start, for the next 12 months or 1 year to come. So hopefully today, what all of us here brought out the message together to the telco, to the regulatory, because we touched base about how telco can work together, how or should work together, regulatory play, the pricing model, all these things. I think we bring out a strong message there. So we have next 12 months to work it out together, all together here. Some as a channel partner to the telco, helping them to enable this in the market. Channel partner to bring in the enterprise as well. Working closely with Pushpendra and his team. That they have strong demand across the globe. So I think I would say that today this is a first step, and of course the next step will be telco themselves at least sitting down together domestically, together with regulatory and align, and after that we can actually grow all together with the correct approach, unified approach, good adaptable pricing model, which is important for all the enterprise. If it's priced excessively, that will be also another barrier, but I believe everyone will be working all together for the success of this ecosystem. Yep.
Good afternoon and welcome to GSMA APAC M360 Diversity in Tech Summit. You are in the right place. I'm the only male speaker, but I'm just here to introduce you and just give you some context about how important diversity in tech is for the GSMA and for my team and myself. So we do events all around the region throughout the year and training for tech for girls and things like that. But APAC M360 is where we have our key regional event. And today, I think this one is a very special one in that. Diversity in tech has always been an important thing for me. I grew up in a family with 4 sisters and 4 brothers. All the girls went to university and the guys didn't go to university. But that was only the start of my career. And why today is so important to me is 15 years ago, I got on a plane in Dubai and a couple of hours later got off at an airport in Kabul and spent a few days there and spent a couple of trips there over the following year or two. And that was about 15 years ago. And it is, I think, a very unique experience and it had a big effect on me. And I remember very much everything I did there at the time. And I've been in a lot of other countries where you can develop your own opinions about cultural and society norms. But Kabul was certainly one that stands out in my history. From a GSMA point of view and my team, they have done a great amount of work, and I will very quickly finish my little introduction because the rest of it is at the efforts of their sweat and networking and meeting people, and from our partners as well, from our sponsors, but also a lot of the people and organizations who you'll see in today's chat and maybe in the chat room, which you can participate in, are people who've really come together to help us put this event together. And so I have the greatest honor of introducing our guest speaker, who is, and I know I'm going to say this, hopefully I'm right, Miss Gsma Kawari, who is the former ICT Minister of Afghanistan, only up until very recently, about 6 weeks ago, 6 or 8 weeks ago. She had to leave the country as the country, as everyone would know, changed hands. But by then, she would already become the youngest minister, the only female ICT minister, and one of the only female ICT ministers in that region ever. And she was leading the digital transformation of the country. And, you know, from the mobile operators and our partners and members in the country, we could really see things were starting to move in the right direction and some real progress was being made. So without taking up any more time, I would like to hand over to the interview with Ms. Wari and let you experience and be inspired what she went through to help drive a country forward digitally, and from now continues to work towards that goal from outside the borders. So over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeanette White, GSMA's Head of Public Policy for APAC. I'm truly honoured to host the keynote session at the M360 APAC Diversity for Tech event and to welcome you to hear about the incredible achievements of Gsma Kawari, the first woman and former Minister of Communications and Information Technology in Afghanistan. Gsma, welcome to the GSMA M360 Diversity for Tech event. My colleague Sarah, GSMA's country lead for digital transformation in Pakistan, and I first met you 4 months ago in Barcelona at the ministerial program at Mobile World Congress, where you led Afghanistan's delegation. Everyone who met you was inspired by the achievements you have accomplished, your vision and policies for social change to transform and strengthen Afghanistan's digital agenda. I'm now just going to share a few photographs that we captured at Barcelona so that the audience can see what we did together. So here, this is a photograph here of us having Ms. Gsma having a discussion with the Pakistan delegation where they come up with some good agreements to work together in collaboration going forward. The next picture. This is when we were in the meeting, Masuma. Do you remember this? And we were talking about what plan, you told us about what plans you were doing, and then we were talking about how we could work together on spectrum and do some capacity building. And this is a formal photograph. As you see, we're here without our masks because we're separated enough so that we could do that. In the other pictures, we had our masks on. So, I hope that brings some nice memories back for you. It certainly does for me. So today, we would like you to share with the audience some of the challenges that you've had to overcome in being a woman leader in Afghanistan, the initiatives you've implemented when in office, and now after the recent events, your plans for the future. So I'm going to hand over to Sarah to ask the first question. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Jeanette. And thank you for bringing back all these memories. I still cherish them, the first meeting that we had with Ms. Masuma. And I would then start off with my first question to Ms. Masuma. As a minority and the first woman to hold a government office as a Minister for Communication and IT in Afghanistan, what challenges did you face and how did you overcome them?
First of all, I would like to share my greetings and warm wishes with you all. Thank you so much to you, Janet, and rest of the college at Gsma for organizing such a prestigious event and giving me the opportunity to share my experience with the viewers and participants. My sympathy and condolence to the Afghan families who have lost their loved one due to the recent unfortunate event, and I hope peace and stability can prevail across the country as we need it the most. Coming to your question, I joined the Ministry of Communication as the first female and youngest minister in September 2020. There were certainly major challenges that I was ready to face, such as the gender-based mindset of men, lack of confidence of some staff members, need to build a good, trustworthy, and technical team, basis of absence of coordination with relevant agencies, and adjustment of the ministry with its new TR and organizational structure. I believe the key to solve any problem is conducting its detailed analysis, assigning tasks to the relevant person or team, setting the deadline and expecting the results. Within 5 months, I managed to hire some trustworthy and qualified employees as my close team. Made my office more available for the staff so they can share their concerns, and in return, I gain their trust. I employed specific staff members to work on bridging the gaps with relevant agencies such as ATRA, National Procurement Agency, Ministry of Finance, donor agencies, and MNOs. After 11 months, we were ready to launch some major projects such as the establishment of National Data Center as per the international standards, and which can answer our demands for next 15 to 20 years. New project to promote regional connectivity and transit of data. Enhancement of national internet exchange points. Digitalization of Afghan government offices and its activities, and any more. I also started working on developing a 3-year strategy for the ministry so that the vision and mission of the ministry is clear for our staff and outside agencies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Masuma. What an astonishing achievement to be the first female and youngest minister. We want to just share a photograph of when you were appointed as minister. Can we just see the photograph? It's clear that everyone was very happy to see you appointed as minister. Okay, so to achieve your goals, one of the first tasks was to build a great team of trustworthy and qualified employees as one of your first activities. And here today, we have Hashim Pashton. Great to have you here with us today.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things when I was listening to you, Masuma, was that one of your strategies to achieve your goals was engaging with relevant stakeholders, other government departments, regulators, industry and civil society. From GSMA's research, we've found that policymakers that adopt this, what we call whole of government approach, have been more successful in achieving an inclusive digital society. And it certainly appears the achievements you've made in a short period of time that the whole of government approach worked for you. Okay, so I'm going to go on to the next question, if I may now, and I'd like to explore that when you were in office, what were some of the key initiatives that you implemented to encourage young girls and women to consider a career in ICT?
One of my major agendas in office was to promote Afghan women to take active part in the ICT sector. I supported the gender department wholeheartedly. With the support of World Bank, we managed to establish a program where fresh female graduates from ICT faculties are here as interns for 9 months. 18 fresh graduates were going to be paid and support. Additionally, we managed to sign MOU with different universities where the students establish, especially female students, are provide free seminars and workshops from our experienced technical staff members, and students can also be assist in their research project for bachelor's and master's program. Additionally, with the assistance of French Embassy in Kabul, we were planning to establish a coding school to help the young girls learn the coding in the best way possible. We were also in the middle of project execution, which could connect more than 400 schools via internet. Where girls in the remote areas can have access to learning materials. Along with the Ministry of Women and Human Rights Commission, we established a call center which can take the complaints from women who face violence at home or at work, and those reports were direct to the Ministry of Interior Affairs for immediate action. With the establishment of specific departments for promoting digital literacy and science and innovation, my priority was to support them and manage to finalize the plan for building a center of excellences, which will be home to various training programs and supporting activities towards science and innovation as well. Along with Ministry of Education and Ministry of Higher Education, we lobbied to include a course in the name of digital literacy or basis of ICT, so that young students attain basic knowledge, and this will also help to gain their interest into the ICT sector. On the policy and regulation side, we managed to get the cybersecurity law approved by the government judicial committee, and it become active. Additionally, we finalized the law that assures the security of women and their identity in cyberspace.
Wow, Masuma, this is quite remarkable to have implemented so many initiatives and to have so many in the pipeline that you'd like to continue to do. To provide opportunities for girls and women to feel safe and secure in developing skills in ICT so that they can fully participate in society as well as have confidence to build a career in ICT. I see once again that your ability to work collaboratively and in partnership with organizations has enabled you to achieve your goals. So let's just move on a little bit, and now that things have changed, now that the government has changed, you're no longer living in Afghanistan and you're not a cabinet member anymore. How are you planning to continue with your plans and activities?
Our purpose is higher than a government, and it is about serving the people in any capacity possible. I'm still connected with some of our colleagues in Afghanistan, Kabul, and other provinces. We are committed to establish an organization which can support the agenda of MCIT and execute those projects which are implementable in Afghanistan without the need of direct intervention of approval of the government. One of the examples for our planned projects is establishing training center for promoting digital literacy among Afghan women. I have a great connection with some talent Afghans across the country that totally dedicate to serve in the areas of ICT development in Afghanistan.
Wow, this seems a massive, well, not seems, it is a massive challenge for you. Your proven track record of achieving outstanding results, your commitment to serving the people of Afghanistan, and your ability to work again in collaboration, in my view, provides all the right ingredients for you to continue to make and achieve positive outcomes for Afghan women. So to my final question, what future do you see for girls and women in Afghanistan? What would you want to do to support women in Afghanistan? And importantly, how can the participants in this webinar and the wider international community help?
Afghan women have overruled many limitations and restrictions in the past as well. They are committed and dedicated to find ways to break the shackles and attain their goals. They just need the platform and accessories, and we will make sure that we provide them those facilities that they want. We are planning to connect with those Afghan girls and women who are deprived to go to a school and university so they can get access to online education. We are also planning to support the Afghan private sector and entrepreneurs so that they are on track. Developing and also provide the services to the local residents. We certainly need technical assistance, human resource, and financial support, and we request the international community to assist us in the ambitious journey.
On the behalf of the GSMA, we look forward to working with you on your ambitious journey. And for Sarah and I think I can say this, Sarah, we look to continue our friendship with you. So before we close, Masooma, would you like to say a few words to the people of Afghanistan?
Yes. Can we talk in Dari?
Yes, please do. Yes, I think they will probably, it'd be nice for them to understand that as well. Yes, please do.
Thank you, Janet. ما میخوایم بگوییم که در هر موقع و در هر جایی که هستیم قلب ما برای افغانستان میتپه و ما میخوایم که خدمات را دوامدار از هر موقفی که باشه ادامه بدیم برای جوانان، برای زنان و دخترانی که واقعا آینده ساز برای افغانستان هستند. میخوایم خدمات را هنوز دوام بدیم و ادامه بدیم. این وظیفه ماست و ما سعی میکنیم برای وطن از هر جایی که باشیم خدمت بکنیم. تشکر از همه‌تون.
Her Excellency is mentioning that wherever I am, in which capacity, in any position I am, my heart beats for Afghanistan, for its people. And I'm committed to serve the people, especially the young commit, and I promise that I will certainly serve the people. This service and with the contribution of the international community, I assure you that we will provide all the services that they need and they are desperate for.
Thank you both. So this is before we come to the panel session. I'm going to invite Candice Johnson to say her few words about who's the founding president of the Global Telecom Women's Network, to say a few words. So with that, over to you, Candice.
Honor to follow Masooma and her incredible activities as a powerful woman in ICT. Masooma, you have shown that you are not a position. You are a force to be reckoned with. And you are leading not only women in Afghanistan and young girls in Afghanistan to discover the power that is in the ICT and TMT industries that will change their lives and that will make them better. You are doing this for all of the world. And when we heard your story that Jeanette shared with us, the Global Telecom Women's Network banded together and said, we have to support this woman in her initiative, in her global, in her peaceful initiative. And for that reason, we have invited you, and we're looking forward to welcoming you to the Mobile World Congress next February 28th in Barcelona, where you will be one of our keynote speakers at our 30th anniversary reception, where you will also be a contributor to our GTWN publication. The GTWN has worked for over 30 years with the GSMA, and we have been proud to accompany them as the GSMA started the M Women, M Power, M Connect, and we are not at all surprised that they would have sought you out, Masooma. Please know that just as you had instilled trust and courage in all of the people that were working with you, you have also inspired us. You have served as a role model. You will continue to do so. And that we, the Global Telecom Women's Network, the GSMA, and all of our own networks are supporting you. I think it's very important too to realize that whereas we all have organizations that we work with, personal initiative and personal responsibility is kind of what changes the world. And certainly you have shown that, and we will follow your lead as much as we can in bringing together the technical assistance that you have asked for in making certain, whether it be through mobile, whether it be through satellites, whether it be through Raspberry Pi, whatever smartphones, that the young women, not only in Afghanistan, but throughout the world, will use TMT, ICT to help sustain our world, to keep the goals of the United Nations, to work together across borders, and to make our world better, and to keep humanity always at the focus of our work. Congratulations, Musuma. Congratulations to the GSMA. We at the GTWN are so proud to be working together with you. Thank you.
Today, we are excited to welcome you to the fireside chat with incredible women leaders who champion digital initiatives in their organization and community. Digital inclusion is a very important topic, especially when there's a huge digital divide in the Asia and Pacific region. And we need digital transformation to drive the change at national and regional level. And this is why I'm actually excited to moderate today's panel discussion, because we have these amazing women driving change and also reducing the digital gender gap in their communities. So today I have the pleasure of introducing you to our lovely panelists. Let me start by introducing you to Sharala Exri. She is the founder and chief executive officer for the Center of Applied Data Science. Caroline Yin Yin Te, Group Chief Financial Officer for AP Towers. Nischala Murthy Kaushik, who is the Chief Marketing Officer for HFS Research. We also have Chloe Lim, Director of Global Customer Marketing for APAC, Asia Pacific, Facebook. Their full bio and profile is available on the GSMA website and also available on GSMA LinkedIn page. So ladies, I hope you're all feeling great today. I hope you have coffee, water, and tea next to you. I will ask you all some key questions. We'll start with Sharala. What do you believe is the key to successful digital transformation and leadership? And what is your leadership style?
Hi, Andrew. Awesome meeting all of you all here. Wow, that's a heavy question. I thought you told us to keep it light. I loved it when Masuma was talking about ICT and data literacy in hand to hand, and I think that's an important point that I have to make. That when we talk about digital leadership and we talked about what is happening around this region, you know that digital leadership comes with data literacy as a core skill that everybody needs to know. And coming from GSMA, telco data, it enables data for everybody to have that. So I think what happens with a lot of organization, and telco has been there for hundreds of years. I mean, they must be the oldest industry ever. And every leaders that you have in telcos are about what? You could have them up to 60 years in the workforce, and getting them to become digital leaders has always been the biggest challenge a lot of companies have faced, right? So that's a huge transformation, getting, I call people like me, old people, to think new with the 21st century, yeah? And what's my style? If you can see the clock now, it's early in the morning. I'm Asian, I live in Malaysia, but I'm in Sweden, yeah? So one of the things that I've learned many, many years living in Sweden and going back home and starting analytics as the reason I even started CATS was to, a big task, future-proof the world, because you said in ASEAN and in Asia, the biggest drive or the stopper for us to become the fourth largest GDP in the world is not having enough digital talent skills. And we started Analytics CAT, Center of Applied Data Science, to able to address that. So when I came back and I did that, one of my biggest learning from Sweden was trust. You know, everything that we do in the company is trust-based, right? We trust you to do your job. We don't care about 9 to 5. You know, it works amazingly well for the young people. You know, not so much for my dad, who assumes that I have to be work by 8, 9 o'clock and finish work by 5. Yeah. So that's always been my style. And, you know, if you're required to be up at 3 o'clock to do your job, then do, right? Because you're not required to be in the office at 9. So it's always been on trust-based and purpose-based. So yeah.
I like that. Trust and purpose-based. I hope everyone is listening to that. And Caroline, what about you? What is the key to successful digital leadership, and what is your leadership style?
Yeah. So let's say before we start this heavy topic called digital leadership, let's think about, take a pause. What we have been, all of us has been go through over the past 1 year. Everyone was hit by COVID. Then we cannot go to work. Our daily life, everything was disrupted. So I think every organization, they have to adopt their business ecosystem towards digital. Whether you have planned, you are unplanned, everything have to adopt on the digital journey, right? So this is how important for us in the digital society, especially in this work from home. I think since we are all women as well, everyone is so hard to manage work from home with work as well as the family at the same time during the COVID. So this is how all your leadership capability was turning up, how you're going to manage your work and team, as well as your family to go through this challenging time. So this is, I think, is a very, very good topic. I think we can discuss here as well, especially all our working ladies and working females here, right? Then I think I would like to also share with you a bit about my digital, what I think about the digital leadership. Whenever we talk about digital transformation, I don't believe this is like to invest a huge amount of dollar to invest into the new system and etc. That is not a digital transformation. For me, as a leader to do the digital transformation, what we need to do is we need to approach all the problem with our open mind. How we were going to solve the problem with a more easier with the help of the technology. Nowadays, just now, I think I hear Shara is talking about a lot on the data analytics. I'm so happy because as a finance, my direction towards my team is how we're going to do data analytics, AI tool, to really increase our capability and productivity. That is the role of the digital leadership. And like Shara said, very good point, is a trust. Yes, especially in our remote working setup, we need to have a trust to our team. Without trust, I think this work from home arrangement will not work. That is for sure. And then like, yes, of course, I need to trust my team. And another point, I am a strong believer of situational leadership style. There is no fixed leadership style for us. Sometimes I need to be autocratic. Sometimes I need to be a coach. And sometimes I need to practice as a participative leadership. It depends on the situation because everything has a pros and cons. So I think as a leader, especially female leader who are in that management position, we need to fine-tune in our leadership style, especially when we are about to implement something as a digital transformations. I think in Myanmar is a very interestingly. I did a few years back, I came back to Myanmar. Previously, I was in Singapore. Over my career, I work in startup, I work in Motorola. All my life, I've been in different part of the telco, right? So I think I came back in 2013 to be part of this, our country into the next mobile journey. Then I think we faced a lot of challenges, especially the ICT gap. People don't know what is the ERP system. Everything is so manual with the ledger books, they record every data. So I need to push them into the digital journey. And this is a very fulfilling job for me because I believe myself that I can be the bridge between my own country with the knowledge or experience I bring back from Singapore. So this is what I think I've been doing here over the past 7 years, and I stay doing it day to day. And like in Myanmar, ladies, female are very innovative because during this pandemic, they really use a lot of Facebook to promote the online marketing. Small businesses are starting up. So this is how technology is really impacting our female life into the digital transformation journey, knowingly or unknowingly for us. So as a leader, I think I would like to also stress into like one of the quote that my favorite quote for my previous organization CEO. He always say, as a leader, especially you would like to implement the digital transformation, you need to have a 4E. For this, you need to explore things. Without exploration, you cannot get anything, you cannot know. Another thing is that you need to engage. Engage all the people in your organizations, inside, outside, everyone. Then the third thing he said, what I think Shara also I think touched upon is you need to empower people. You cannot do alone. You need a good team, then you give them the empowerment. And fourth thing he always say is the execution. Because you can have a very good strategy, but sometimes strategy cannot implemented because of the, I think, imperfect execution. So this E4 I always keep in my mind whenever I were going to have a digital leadership journey. So this is like, but I stress again, there's no fixed leadership style for me. Everything is a situation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Caroline. I like that you say that digital journey is different for everyone, especially during COVID. And I think I can also attest to that because I live in a small island country. So we've also had a lot of had changes in terms of leadership style. And I like how you reiterate what Sharala said. Trust is very key and making sure leadership is very participatory. And I like what you said about the 4 E's. I think that is super important. So maybe you could type that on the chat and so that everyone can see it. Nishala, what do you think is the key to successful digital leadership, and what is your leadership style?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, Anju, for having me here. Before I answer that question, I just want to sort of call out what I believe are maybe the most important aspects of, let's say, digital leadership or just living in the digital era, right? I think that becomes important for all of us to set level playing ground in understanding what it means, because digital is a word which is used so much by so many of us in very different contexts, and we all understand it differently. To me, fundamentally, if I have to just simplify it to explain it to like a 5 or a 6-year-old, I just feel what is core to digital leadership is our ability to navigate speed of change in an effective and impactful manner, right? Because that is core to, if you talk about digital transformation, digital change, digital technologies, digital solutions, digital processes, it is just that the pace at which we are changing is kind of, mind-boggling, right? So I feel what is important for all of us as leaders in today's era, no matter what role you play, is the importance of listening, right? And I feel that is extremely, extremely important. And by listening, what I mean is you need to listen to your team. You need to listen to your colleagues and peers. You need to listen to your leadership. You need to listen to the voice of your customer, right? And that is obviously very much specific to, let's say, your industry, your segment. It could be B2B, B2C, product, services, IT, non-IT, whatever, organization you are in, and whatever your core business is, it is important to listen to the voice of the customer. And third is also to listen to the voice of the industry, right? Because that is where you get a sense of how the industry is moving. And I'm using industry very loosely, right? This could mean about how, let's say, technology innovation is happening, what is happening in the startup ecosystem, what is happening to your competition, right? And today, it is hard to say what business, let's say, Apple is in, right? Because, they are kind of pervasive and they are everywhere, right? Similarly, it is hard to say exactly what business Facebook is in, because they're coming up with so much innovative products and services and solutions that if you do a competitor analysis, Facebook can feature for so many organizations. So I think the first and most important thing is the importance of listening. And once you listen, I think what becomes important is to craft your own long-term strategy based on how you see your organization's survival, success, and sustenance. But while you have a long-term vision, I think what is extremely important for digital leaders is to focus on short-term execution, right? Because all our jobs and are based on what we deliver every month or every quarter. Because it is a competitive world, and business is driven and measured on performance. So I think somewhere importance of listening, importance of strategic thinking and planning, but also laser sharp focus on execution and delivering results in the short term is what I feel is absolutely essential for successful digital leadership. Now, if I have to answer the second part of your question, I feel as leaders, the most important thing we all do is decision making, right? It is fundamentally that, right? You can make decisions on hiring, on technology, on process, on firing, on products, services, solutions. You can choose whatever aspect. The most important thing we all do as leaders, no matter where we are, where we live, which companies we lead, is decision making. Now, the point about decision making, which has changed in all our lives in the last 12 to 18 months, is the absence of past precedents or data for us to lean in on, right? So decision making is, to me, a combination of by using data and using your instinct or intuition, right? So I feel somewhere for being successful as digital leaders, we should be able to marry the usage of data where there is adequate past experience or precedence, but also have the foresight to look at what is it that we need to do, which is right for the future, while nobody has a clue of what the future could hold for any of us, right? So it is a combination of using data and instinct, which I feel is going to be key for successful leadership. So I feel, that is extremely important. I also feel another very, very important aspect, thanks to COVID, is just the access that all of us have to, global talent across the world. Right, we all can tap into people sitting in different parts of the world, provided they have the right skills and the right expertise to deliver on jobs. So for me, my leadership style is to really lead with purpose, hire for potential, and guide for performance. And I feel when you put all these three together, it can be a potential winning mantra for you as a leader and for your company as a business.
Great. Thank you so much, Nishala. I like how you said we need to explain digital leadership and making sure that everyone understands it in very simple language, even to a 5 or 6 year old or a young girl sitting in a rural and remote community. What is it that we can provide to her? And in terms of digital leadership, how can we empower her? And also, I like that you mentioned that listening is key. And I think this is a very, very good point. Chloe, what do you think is the key to successful digital leadership? And what is your leadership style?
Hey, thank you so much, Anuj. And thank you so much for having me today. What an amazing group of panelists we have here. I was listening and taking notes as well. So thank you very much. Currently, I head up global customer marketing for Facebook brands. It was great to hear the shout out from different panelists here, but I wanted to highlight that I actually started my career in startups. I was an entrepreneur in the last company I was in. I ended up selling the OTA in Australia. So I wanted to highlight that I actually went from leading a marketing team and becoming MD. I was female, less than 30, and in a foreign country. So I actually have a lot of appreciation in working in a fast-paced environment and the lens from different companies and geography. I wanted to plus one to all the things that the panelists said in terms of successful digital leadership. So I thought I might really focus on the leadership style in the environment that we live in right now. And to me, it's a combination of agility and humility. If you think about the environment that we live in, there's a lot of environmental turbulence. Be it Catherine, I think she talked about the pandemic that is unexpected. And then, of course, what we can plan for, digital transformation that we knew that was coming because of technology, right? To me, it's important for leaders who have agility is what I try to work on. And agility is not just about responding to changes. I think it's about, for leaders, how do we take the best decision in a rapidly complex environment? Then you have to lead the teams, your teams, onto the journey and then take really sustained, effective action, right? So having agility in leadership is really important because your actions in light of the changes must be intentional. When COVID hit, for example, everybody had to pivot and we have to make sure that our teams are okay first because it's an environment where they are impacted and then we have to think about our service and commitment to the community. And for me, it was how do we help our partners and businesses go on to digital transformation transformation very quickly. So we held webinars, we had playbooks for people to get onto the digital journey. In fact, we also launched a $100 million grant around the world to support SMBs. So we had to make very swift pivots, but be very intentional at that. And at the same time, as you're moving very fast during digital transformation, right, you mustn't lose sight of the human aspects. And this is where the humility and humanity comes in. Ultimately, you have to be human as a leader. You have to be self-aware. I think we talk about listening to other people. It's also taking feedback, seeing how you can improve, appreciating others, listening to others, and focusing on people. So I'm very fortunate at Facebook. We are a very people first company. We take care of the people first. So it manifests in simple ways. It's like checking in when we're having meetings. In my offsites, I end off with gratitude messages to my entire team. Every quarter, I make sure I FaceTime with every single person in my team, no matter how large it is. It's with my skip level, skip level, skip level, because ultimately we want to have a better grasp on people and in essence, the organization needs, and we'll make better decisions. So to me, it's very simple. The leadership style is how do you combine agility with humanity and humility? So hopefully that helps.
I love that. Agility, humility, and also humanity. And also Candace said it in earlier, keeping humanity is also very key. How can we also make the decisions, especially during a pandemic or even a natural disaster in a small island state? Or how do we address political and economic changes? So I think this is very key. Ladies, I'm going to now mix it up a bit. Let's talk about some, work-life balance. How do you manage work-life balance as a leader in digital transformation? And maybe you could also talk about some of the challenges that you had to overcome to become a successful leader in digital transformation. Let's start with Sharala.
Okay, if anybody's been watching my camera, you could see my kids going in the back. That's the new norm. When I knew the system cannot have a background, I went like, I've got to live with this. So I'm a mom of two, right? And I like what Caroline said, and all you ladies. And it just hit me that being a leader is just being a parent. I realized that, which comes back to your whole point that how do you deal with this, especially for moms? I'm an entrepreneur. I run a company of 100 people, and I have kids that goes to school. And, I pride myself sometimes, because I'm married to a Swede, and I pride myself sometimes being or not being an Asian mom, right? A tiger mom, and knowing what the kids are doing and, being on top of it, and, an email from a teacher and I would like flip. But the pandemic has taught me to let go. Right. I had a, those years, my youngest was 9 and he's a boy, right? Concentration on online is like, he has like 5 minutes exactly, and I would see him in front of the PC all day while I'm working. And I will get an email from a teacher saying that, has Anton been well? Because I haven't seen him submit his work. And I go like, that's what it is, right? And how do we deal with that? Is basically I simplified my life and the expectation. The kids are young. This pandemic is not a personal issue. It's a global issue, and everybody has problems with learning and how do you cope with that. So that was something I had to learn to let go and deal with the situation as it is. And I think that was so important, and it was life-changing for me, because as a founder and a CEO, and I think probably Chloe will understand, you want to know everything. You want to have a hands-on everything. You asked how it has changed the career of mine. So just if I may add, I'm a telco engineer. So I started in the telecommunication world and then moved to become an entrepreneur. And you must understand, I'm Asian, I'm Indian, right? So becoming an entrepreneur is not what my parents fancied. If you're a doctor, a lawyer, engineer, if anything else, it's a nightmare. There's no stability. If you're not working for a government, you don't get pension for life. So this is the environment I came up with. I grew up with. So today they support me with the kids and all that. It's fantastic. But I think coming from a telco background, and this is where, when I became an entrepreneur, telco was the one that was so far advanced with digital and data, because they had huge amount of data and analytics. And I think that has changed the whole need of the way I changed my career in the business that I was in. So this is 2014, 2015, where we did not have the pandemic. Okay, so you could say that that was what we thought is going to be the future for the world. And I like the rest of the panel talking about data and data literacy. But what is really important that I do need to bring out is ASEAN as a whole, right? We have a lot of females, and females have 70% chances of a higher chance of losing their job due to digitalization. Okay, and I think that has to be addressed. And what the good news, I mean, of course, that's scary because all manual work will be digitalized and has already been in financial services and all that. But the great news is to become digital or data literate, you don't have to be an IT graduate. You don't have to be an engineering graduate, because that's what the world is moving to. As long as you're data literate, you upskill yourself to be able to use data, use your Excel, use your PowerPoint, and to be able to stay relevant. That will always repurpose you for the job you have. We have worked a lot with bank tellers, right? With the pandemic, branches are closing. So this becomes really important that women need to stay in service, and a lot of companies are doing that. So I think that's something to look at, that all of us, how do we stay relevant as women, to be agile, but not to be afraid that this is not for the science people. This is for everybody. You use a laptop, you use an iPhone, you can use Facebook to start selling your cakes, right? That's what we call digital skills. So I hope I've answered that for you. I'll let the rest of the panel talk now.
Thank you. You're doing amazing, and hats off to you for managing your family, managing your team, and I hope you're also managing your partner. I think it's important to have good support systems, especially during a pandemic. So thank you so much for saying all these things, which is really great. Caroline, what do you think?
For me, I think I have a bit slight different view. I think my belief that there's no such what called work-life balance. What I more believe is work-life integrations, because you cannot separate your work and your life in any point in time. So I think better we have to integrate our work and our daily life. So I will refer it as a more on the work-life integrations rather than the work-life balance, which we are aiming but difficult to achieve. So I think for me, I look at two aspects. How we can create the work-life integrations. I think, yes, before pandemic, when you are going for a family holiday, what you did, you bring your laptop, you bring your phone. Then every time when your family is like swimming, whatever they do, you check your email, right? So this is how our, I think, daily life have been integrated with our work. But during the pandemic time, that is a totally different story, because I live in Myanmar. We have a strict lockdown. And then now, because of other situation as well, we cannot go out, a lot of restriction coming in. So I think this is like one side, we have a lot of family responsibility to take on our shoulder. Not only the family, as all of my panelists also pointed out, we have a responsibility for our team, for our customer, whoever we are serving. We have a lot of responsibility during the pandemic time. But if you look at another aspect, I see we need to work from home. We save traveling time. We save time when we need to put our makeup, our lipstick, etc. All the saving time we can accumulate it. Then what we need to do is that the main things I would like to do, especially work-life balance during the work from home, is we need to have a self-discipline. Because sometimes we women want to do something, and especially I think all my panelists, they are coming from entrepreneur. They stick on the computer and they will continue and continue. So I think that is also not good for us in the long term. We need to balance it. We need to have self-discipline. We need to take a regular break. Work from home, sometimes we don't even take a coffee break. In office environment, you go to your colleague, chat over coffee and etc. That is strictly not possible in our work from home. So take a self-discipline, take a regular break, and also I think I set my also working time as well, even working from home. Sometimes if I feel so depressed, I think what I did is that, okay, instead of wearing a normal dress home, even for work from home, I try to wear an office dress and put some makeup so that I feel better in this, like coping all these changes which we are hitting as well. And especially I think my message to all of us is that sometimes then we cannot really aim for a lot of work-life balance and etc. Especially you have a huge responsibility. So I think sometimes we need a lot of prioritizations even at the work. Okay, we cannot do everything at one shot. So prioritization is very much needed in order to have a work-life balance. And also I think what I did is that I like the quote from Amazon CFO Jeff. He said that be stubborn on long-term vision, but be flexible on the detail. So sometimes all the detail, I let it go so that I can have more time to really look at the strategy. So I'm not micromanaging. So this is how I'm adjusting this like work-life balance or work-life integrations in this before and now pandemic period. Hope that I answer your questions.
Yes, you did. I love this real conversations, integrating work and daily life in your daily life. I think this is really interesting. And I think it's true that it's quite mentally challenging and also physically challenging when you have to do so many things. So thank goodness I hate makeup. So that's my self-discipline style. Nishala, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a great conversation, right? So it's interesting that we started with work-life balance, and then Carolyn spoke about work-life integration, and then there's this whole concept of work-life resonance, right? So I just feel like for anyone who is listening in, I think the message that I strongly believe in is, look, there's no universal definition of what it means, right? It's very personal and to you, and it just depends on you and your culture and your context, right? Because there are so many cultural nuances which come when you look at what are the expectations of, let's say, a woman or a daughter-in-law or a mother that are a part of your existential reality, right? So I think the first and most important thing that I want to tell anybody is like, look, these choices and decisions are personal, right? So the first thing that I would say is it is your personal journey, it is your personal choices. Find ways to make choices based, given your circumstances, what you think is the best you can do, and make peace with it, right? Because that is extremely, extremely important for all of us, because it's very easy to say, hey, had I chose differently, had I done things differently, if I had done this, what could have been? But the point is it wasn't. So I think the first thing is just be more accepting of your reality, your past, and your choices. For me personally, Anju, I have I have just two metrics to which are my guideposts for decision making in terms of work-life balance, right? The first is a good night's sleep. The second is feedback from my kids. So if I feel my good night's sleep is being compromised over an extended period of time, I know something is wrong in some department of my life, right? It could be health, it could be relationships, it could be work, it could be just the time I'm giving to my kids, and I'm a mother of two as well. So the point is that's one metric, and when you have these indicators, I think you need to just step back, pause and reflect and see kind of, hey, what can you do to get that equation working for you? The second very strong indicator that I have, and any mom listening in, is feedback from your kids, because kids are inherently intuitive and they will give you feedback, right? I have conversations with my kids where they say, hey, you know what, you love your Mac more than you love us. And then I know that, I'm probably clocking in more hours and I'm not giving them enough time and attention, which means I need to, again, listen to all this feedback that I'm getting in, both from my body and from the environment and from family, and make course corrections to adapt and embrace what is important to me. But just in terms of, Sharala and Carolyn have given some great points, but just to add on to that, I feel three things which have helped me is, one is, drawing boundaries, right? I think it is very important for us to draw clear boundaries in terms of, our own space, where you're giving yourself some time to probably energize and sort of, engage with yourself, right? It could be just taking 15-20 minutes a day to do something you like. It could be listening to music, or maybe gardening, or maybe just having a nap, or watching Netflix, whatever you feel is kind of good for you. Sort of draw boundaries for yourself. And then I feel, even though it's a digital world, I feel it is important for us to consciously draw boundaries even as far as work is concerned, right? Because you cannot go on operating at full capacity for your entire life. So you need to have downtime, you need to have time to sort of replenish your energies, recharge your batteries, and then come back to be efficient and creative and productive. The second thing that I would say is, learn to say no, right? And this is something which came very hard for me. I think a lot of it could be due to, conditioning, social conditioning, just the environment we are part of, that a lot of us find it hard to say no. So, I think it took me a lot of years to actually say no, and then say it in a way that people, understood that when I said no, I actually mean no, because there's the soft line between when you say no but don't actually mean it. And I think that's where it becomes a little gray and difficult for us to maneuver work and life, right? That's the second one. The third one, which I would specifically call out for women, is I don't think we are, super women. And so I think it is important for all of us to learn to ask for help, right? Be it at the workplace, be it at home, be it with family, and be even with your children, right? You need to ask them for help. And, I struggled with asking for help for a lot of time, but it is something as simple as what I tell my daughters: look, I don't have time to do it. Can you please do it for me? Or, I just don't have the energy to do it at the end of the day. Can you lay the table? So I feel somewhere we need to start asking for help explicitly in a way that the other person understands. And I think, with all the, sort of tips and tricks and best practices all of us have shared, I'm sure it's going to help a lot of women if they embrace and adapt some of these things that we're sharing.
Great. Thank you so much, Nishala. I think, I like that you say that, we're not super women. And I have to say, I'm not a superwoman. So I love to get my sleep, but I do understand that it's really difficult with the work-life balance. Chloe, what do you think?
Hey, what a great conversation, right? This is always a hot topic, but with technology, digitization is redefining how we work, and it's like double-edged sword. More freedom, more flexibility, but also more meetings back to back. Like, where's time going? So for me, that's kind of four things. Before I even talk about how I do it on a day-to-day basis, I think what is really important is I actually look for companies with similar values, right? I value flexibility, I value trust, empowerment, and companies who focus on D&I. So, for example, Facebook, we pledge that 50% of our workforce comes from underrepresented groups. That includes me. I'm female, I'm Asian, I'm a mom, right? So having the company recognize these challenges makes it easier for me to be my authentic self. So I say, before the day-to-day happens, look for companies that have similar values to you. The second one I think people touch on is focus on priorities. This is at home and at work. At work, I can probably do 1,000 things, but I don't. I look at the 5 to 10 things that I can most value add to, and I stick to that. It's the same for at home. What are the non-negotiables? I know this is going to be very controversial, but I do not take any calls between 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'm happy to come back to do a 10 p.m. call, but 5 to 8 out of bounds. That's when I have dinner with my family. I put my kids to bed, and if I can do that, I'll be happy. So focus on what's non-negotiable for you at work and at home. The third thing is take time to refuel. I love my work. I love my life. I want to do it for a very long time. But even if you run a marathon, you have to take sips of water every now and then. So if you want to keep running, you have to unplug. You have to take a break. If not, you will feel jaded. It's normal. Like we're not energized bunnies, so we can't do that all the time. So find time to refuel, recharge. And the last one, I think somebody mentioned this, is to keep yourself accountable, right? You need to talk about it. You need to refine it. If you find something that is not working for you, change it. And if you can, take it a step further, lead by example, because if more people can do it, then we'll all be in a better place. So hopefully that is helpful, kind of the 4 things that I kind of hold true to.
Thank you so much for that. You're all doing amazing work. You have achieved so much. You talk about the real issues, and you're trying to manage life, family, friends with your work, having water, having tea at the same time, trying to get some sleep. What would be your advice to young women who are struggling to climb the ladder? And how can we empower these young women, especially in the Asia Pacific region? Because there are lots of difficulties, there are lots of challenges, particularly women, young women in the rural and remote communities, women with disabilities. What would be your advice, and how can we empower them? Let's start with Sharala.
Okay. First of all, Andrew, I love these women in the panel, and I hate them at the same time, right? They're so focused, they're so disciplined, and I like the way that you were telling that learning to say no. Until today, I have not perfectified it, and I think it's a cultural thing. But coming back to your question about, I think it's all related. How do you enable women in ASEAN, in this region? How do you get them to embrace what they want and what they think? And we do know the future of skills is going to be, you call it digital skills or data literacy skills, and women are at much higher risk, those who are even at work. And what about the young girls in future that want to become whatever they want and they're limited by this? And I think, I would be a personal example coming from a family that when I did tell my mom I wanted to become an engineer, my mom paused, and the thing she said to me is, "Who will marry you?" Okay. I kid you not. My mom is all for education. Yeah, she's all for education, and I have an elder brother, and that's me. And I thought, and this is real, I laugh about it at this. But when I was growing up, I was disturbed by that. Okay, so and I believe there's more and more girls in this region face that what you can and cannot do, what is expected. My daughter makes this. Apparently, I make gestures like, "As a girl, you cannot do this." And she goes like, "Why do you have to say that?" And I have to be mindful that, I bring some of the cultures that I'm exposed to the way I deal with my own children. But having said that, every each to its own, right? And I think giving reasons for not being able to do what you want is just excuses. I can give you thousands of reasons not doing what I do just because the background I'm from. I could write a book on that. But that was just excuses, right? And that didn't bother me. So my mom would say one thing and my culture would expect something, but I would do what I wanted. And I think importantly, we should never feel guilty for wanting more and for being ambitious. And I think we have the society, and when Nasha was saying that, my kids are very good at guilting me if I cannot make it to their piano recital or their basketball games. And I go like, how many working moms are there at these games? Right? Dads are not there. All moms are there. Okay. But I do make time for what is important. So I think that is the whole nature of this, girls generally. And I think even in other cultures, this exists. Being ambitious means you are selfish. Being ambitious means, you are ruthless. You're so in the face. And I think we need to accept that, that's not what we want to, these are not the reasons why we should feel guilty for what we want. And to be able to access what we call digital skills, it's available everywhere. You heard Ms. Moso saying that they have digital, internet accessible to as many people as possible. ASEAN has an average 80% internet penetration. So I think that's literally no excuse for any child, be it woman or boy, to have access to online education. Things that not taught in school is accessible online now. So I think don't limit ourselves. Before I end this, I always have this mantra. I say, girls need mentors, and women needs guidance from work, right? We need other women to be able to pick women at work to be able to guide them. And I think that lacks a lot in organizations, women trying to champion other women. And I think that has to be a conscious choice that we have to do. I mean, you talk about biasness, right? But I use this word I call selected biasness. I have to be conscious to be fair, at the same time give more effort for other women colleagues to be able to rise above, because it's not the same. What the life they deal with, children, family, cooking, versus a guy, is not the same. So I think there should be more women out there championing other women at workplace, and that helps more women climb the ladder and stay relevant. I think that's important. And children, girls need to see more women out there, more mentors. And I said yes to this for that one reason. And I realized when I felt that, I'm a tech person, so everything is very inward looking, right? Going on and talking in talks and all that, it doesn't, in the beginning, I didn't see the relevance. But I remembered a good friend of me telling me, use this platform to tell your story. Stop being selfish. That's what she told me. Okay. And I remember I call her hashtag everybody needs a friend like that.
Yes.
To say stop being, stop being selfish. You have to do this, because what you tell, coming from a small town north of Malaysia, I come from Penang, traditional Hindu family. What I say is real to lots of kids out there, and I didn't realize that until then. So I think that's important, to be able to have these girls see you and relate. Oh, I come from that. I grew up, TV, Europe is all what I knew in the books and TV. And today I'm living abroad, and this is what you have to aspire young girls to see this and say, oh, I too can do this. So I think that's important. More and more women need to do that. But thank you for having this platform.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad that we also have this great support system here. I love it. I'm absolutely loving it. So Caroline, what do you think? What's your advice?
Yes, I think we all are in Asia part of the world. Even though United Nations, they set that goal of reduce inequality at their initiative number 17, but in Asia part, that is still very hard. I think everyone acknowledges that. So I think we women, because of our society here, still are lacking of our confidence. I can give you my real example. So I think, and Shara also mentioned, we women need a good mentor. I'm very lucky. I have a good mentor in my career. So one day, my boss at the time, he was a CFO. I'm just head of accounting team. So he called me into the meeting room. He said, Caroline, from next month onwards, you will be a CFO. This is unplanned, and I never dreamed about being a CFO. So what is my first response? I say, no, your shoe is too big. I cannot do it. Boss, can you please stay for 2 more years? Coach me. I can be a good CFO by then. So a lot of excuses because of their confidence, and then he say, no, that's why sometimes we need a good leadership and mentor as well. He told me one thing. Okay, now it's Friday. Think about it, and you reply me on Monday. So my side is that I would like to go to that C level, but at the same time, I don't have the confidence. So it's a dilemma, I think, which I'm struggling over the weekends. So then I'm on Monday, what I did. Unfortunately, I cannot sleep Saturday, Sunday. I fall sick on Monday. So I'm so happy that, okay, I can be on MC. So I text to my boss, say that, okay, I'm on MC. So he didn't respond. Everything is okay. He said, take care, everything. But evening, he called me. I gave you the time. How is your decisions? So at that point in time, I think I need to make a final decision. So I asked, okay, what I need to do to be a CFO. He said, I trust you. You can do it. Just do it. And whatever assistance you need, I will support you. So I think that kind of message or that kind of short conversation really inspired me. And I think at heart, I say, yes, I will take this role. And I take the new challenge. And then over the weekend, I decided to I say no. But on Monday, my decision has changed and I would like to take new challenge and accept this CFO role, which is I'm very, very glad that I did it because I did that really bring, and in Myanmar, I can say that when I became a CFO, I'm the only first female C-level in the corporate society in Myanmar. So a lot of female girl also inspire a lot and etc. So of course, my boss shoe is very big. I need to do a lot of learning and etc. So my message to all the young women or all the young inspiring ladies are that we women can do as equally as men can. So don't be afraid this. Another thing is that this is my favorite quote that is from Richard Branson. He said, if someone offer you an amazing opportunity and you are not sure you can do it, say yes first, then learn how to do it later. So this is the message that I would like to share to all the young ladies that, okay, if you don't know, just say yes first. Then after that, you take it, you take this opportunity, you take this huge challenge and you try your best. You will do it. You can do it. Trust in yourself, confidence. Yes.
Thank you so much,
Thank you. It's really a strong motivation that we need as a woman and we need a good mentor. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Chala, what do you think?
Hey, first of all, Carolyn, congratulations. There are very few women CFOs that I know, so I'm incredibly happy and proud that you got this role by somebody who believed in you. So absolutely, 3 cheers to that, and a big round of applause. But I'll just simplify it, Anju, and end with like what I feel is an acronym, which I believe has helped me, and this is what I tell to women I mentor, and I call it the ABCDE. So A is for awareness, where I feel it is important for young women to spend some time in being aware of what they want, what are their dreams, what are their aspirations, what do they really want out of life, right? I feel awareness is the starting point, because sometimes we don't even know what we want, right? Our aspirations of ourselves are probably colored by what our parents wanted, what our friends have achieved, what a neighbor has done, right? They don't belong to us, so we don't own them, right? So I think first is just be a little aware of what you want out of your life. Second is belief systems. I feel belief systems play a very, very important role in how we make choices and how we make decisions, right? Like Carolyn said, she didn't think that she was ready for it, but then we need to have people who believe in us, who nudge us, who push us, who give us these opportunities. And I feel not everybody is probably lucky to have somebody who believes in you and gives you these opportunities. So I feel a lot of us sometimes miss out on opportunities because of limiting belief systems. So I feel it is important to also just spend time in understanding what your belief systems are, and are you actually letting go of opportunities because of your belief systems. Third is, I think both Sharala and Carolyn have echoed, and I'll echo it, is confidence, right? I feel confidence is absolutely important, and the simple formula that I have for confidence is fake it till you make it, right? Because it will not be that you will always feel confident about what you have to say, your presence or your point, but the point is to still just go do it, because what's the worst that can happen, right? Somebody might laugh at you, somebody might say, hey, she doesn't know it, but they can anyway still say that, right, behind you for anything else. So the point is just do it, right? The fourth one is D, and D I feel is about dreaming big and owning your dreams, right? And one thing which I feel everyone should do is just buy a simple book today and just write a list of things I need to do before I die, because I feel having a sense of what your dreams are, what is it that you want to achieve, and your expectations of yourself is I believe very important to give you that passion and that persistence and that power to move ahead in life. Last is managing expectations, right? I feel a lot of us, especially women, get sort of bogged down, or get pull ourselves down by the burden of expectations that others have of you. I feel somewhere it is okay to live up to others' expectations, but I think the important thing for all of us to recognize is you can't make everybody happy all the time, right? So you might as well focus on your own happiness and believe that you are the chief happiness officer of your life, and play that part with grace, dignity, and with all the power you have. So here's wishing everyone who is listening in, play the role of the CHO of your life from today and see where it takes you.
Great. Thank you so much, Nishala. Chloe, your last words, please.
Oh, great. Thank you. I feel like this is a question I can uniquely answer because I was a young woman once. So I feel like I could really answer that one. So when I first took my first role, I was given an opportunity to go overseas and start a new team. I said yes to the posting, very similar to kind of Caroline here. But what I didn't tell my manager was I don't even own a passport. I've never traveled overseas until I was kind of 21. That was my first trip overseas. I was one of 5 children to a widow. And I was definitely, now looking I didn't know my childhood, but we were definitely below the poverty line, right? So I wanted to highlight that a lot can change in a few years. So 4 things. One is, I say this to my daughter and to the people that I work in, is lean into your strengths, even if it makes you different, because whatever makes you different makes you unique. So play out to your strengths. The second thing is put your hands up. You have to promote yourself legitimately. And you have to proactively manage your career. You need to decide, where do you want to go? What are some of the gaps there? And then proactively manage that and put your hands up so that you can promote yourself. And so back yourself on that one. The third one is, no matter what job or company you're in, there's something that is always common, I've found, which is you have to build relationships. And for women, we build relationships slightly differently. I don't play golf, so I cannot build relationships on the golf course, but you can build relationship that is authentic to you. So this is how allies, champions, like-minded people come about. And if you can, support other people as well. And the last one, I think we talk about imposter syndrome, and we all have them. So the way that I overcome it is work on the craft. Be very, very good at what you do so that when the time comes, you can kind of push it away. And if you run into challenges, it's okay. You know, persistence and resilience will get you there. How you respond to it is really important. So hopefully this will be helpful to all the young women out there.
Thank you so much. I am so happy that I spent 60 minutes with you ladies. And I know we went over time, but I purposely didn't cut you off because I wanted to give you women the platform to talk more. We need to give more women like you the right platform to talk. And that is why we had to continue this discussion, because you are our role models. And to the young women out there, these are the amazing women that you need to meet, to get to know each other. They are all available on LinkedIn. So please get in touch with them. Ladies, thank you so much for such a great panel discussion. I hope we can continue this discussion, and please stay in touch. To everyone, thank you so much. And like Susie said, this is like therapy for everyone. It is also therapy for me. Have a good night, have a good afternoon, and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ladies.
Ladies, oh, it's cut off. I wanted to take a photo.